Well, welcome to the Noot News charity live stream. We're super excited for tonight. We have a bunch of special guests coming on, Sandy, Andrew, myself, as always. And we're raising money tonight for Big League Impact, which is an incredible organization that was actually founded by Adam Wainwright back in 2012, I believe. And Big League Impact partners with different professional athletes, especially throughout baseball, to help meet basic human needs like food, clean water, shelter, and education to provide better lives for people all around the world through a variety of projects. And so throughout the night, you can see in the stream chat a link to go to a GoFundMe that's connected to Big League Impact, so you can donate throughout the night. We've got giveaways at each 30-minute mark. So if you donate, you're automatically entered into a giveaway. We'll show you some of that stuff throughout the night. But we're started off tonight with Brooke, Grimsley, and Jim Hayes. We're so excited for you guys to hop on. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Just right off the top, what's your guys' knowledge of Big League Impact? Have you had any involvement with them in the past? And what are you thinking about this organization?
Brooke, you go first.
Oh, I was going to say, Jim, you can go first because you have the nice studio backdrop that's very official.
Well, I'm working.
Jim, you're always working, so you go ahead because obviously you've had way more experience than I have.
So I remember when Waino first started this thing, and I've seen it grow where, every team has someone doing something around Major League Baseball. They go overseas. They help with things like water supply. But I've also seen what he does in terms of getting help for kids in the St. Louis area, helping out with pretty much everything from helping out with get baseball equipment for kids. They do just about everything. And Waino attacks that every bit as hard as he does what he did as a starting pitcher. And the kind of guy he is, everyone wants to join. Everyone wants to follow Waino because he's so passionate about it. And it's really amazing to see how Big League Impact has grown.
It really has. And just kind of piggybacking off that, when I came here to St. Louis, obviously, you know who Adam Wainwright is as the pitcher, but just see the impact that he literally has made with Big League Impact is truly special. Just covering some of his events. And he is so passionate, as Jim says, about helping not just in the community, but around the world. He had this story this past season where he talked about a pro baseball player from Honduras that actually benefited from Big League Impact and bringing clean water to where he was from. And that was something that was very special to Adam Wainwright to actually see that impact play out. And so it's been very special to be able to cover it and bring awareness to it. And I'm very glad that you guys are continuing that as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're really excited to be raising money for this charity tonight. But diving on into some of the baseball topics, we're Noot News, obviously. We love Lars Nootbaar. He was kind of doing that thing when we clinched the postseason, going around interviewing everybody. Yeah. And both of you guys have had a lot of involvement with Lars Nootbaar. Brooke, you're the president of the Lars Nootbaar fan club, obviously. And Jim, you've just interviewed Lars Nootbaar. So any Lars Nootbaar stories that you like to share, anything that happened in the clubhouse that was really funny that we wouldn't know about, or anything potentially about recruiting Japanese pitchers from overseas?
So I just did a StreamYard with Lars for my YouTube channel. May drop tomorrow, may drop Friday. I don't know. It's people that are smarter than me put that stuff together. I just do the crummy interviews. But, the news on Yamamoto is so pressing for baseball fans, for Cardinal fans, and he is friends with Yamamoto. And I asked him, I said, I've read where you lobby. He said, no, I lobby hard. And he said, you really have to kind of pull back a little because he's got to do what's in his best interest, and I understand that. But by the same token, I can't think of any reason why he wouldn't want to pitch in St. Louis. And he said, but I'm on him. And he said his mom is all over Yamamoto's mother about convincing him to pitch in St. Louis. And he said that, I said, all right, just give me it straight. I don't know if the Cardinals are in. I don't know what offers are on the table. I know none of that. I don't know the interest level on any teams. I said, just tell me, do the Cards really still have a shot at Yamamoto? And he said, yes. So that's my breaking news that I bring to your channel tonight.
Where's the pass-in button? We got the breaking news. I'll find it. Anyways, that's awesome.
You see, that's why he's in the fancy studio, because
there we go.
Cat Hayes is all about breaking news coming in. So that's intel that I don't have. Obviously, fantastic, because as you guys know, I'm a huge fan of the Japanese pitchers. And of course, Lars Nootbaar, I kind of dubbed myself, Jim, I don't know if you know this, but I dubbed myself the president and CEO of the Lars Nootbaar fan club this season. So very, very fun times that we've had over on 101 ESPN. And it's because, you know, Jim, Lars Nootbaar is such a great guy. He's super nice to media members. And he's a great player and very talented. So it's been very fun. I would say that just talking to Lars, just hearing everything that he went through with playing for Team Japan. As somebody who, you know, has Japanese ancestry, my grandmother's from Japan, that was something that Lars and I connected on, because that is, you know, just huge to be the first Japanese American to go over to play for Team Japan in the World Baseball Classic. And just to hear the stories that he had, and now the fandom that he has that has grown from that. Jim, I don't know if you were able to talk to him about that, but his social media following went from, I'm not sure, probably like in the 30,000s or something like that, to now a little over 1 million. His fandom is everywhere, and he's doing all of these ads for Japan, and he's been busy, so busy that during the season they had to film some of those Japanese commercials here in St. Louis. So I don't know if you've seen some of them, especially for the eyewear brands. It's in Clayton. You can recognize it immediately. So it's just been fun to see Lars Nootbaar, a great person, great player, really reap the benefits of this new international fandom that he has.
I asked him, I said, look, you're popular in St. Louis. He's an energy guy. You know, his teammates love him. Fans love him. Media loves him. How much more well-known are you in Japan than if you were just walking around St. Louis? And he said, it's not even close. He said, I'm not trying to say like I need security like Otani does everywhere I go, but it's kind of out of control. And I think the thing that makes Noot so popular to fans is that it's real energy. You know, like you can see his love for the game. You could see the way he's pulling for his teammates when he's being the cheerleader guy in the dugout. And through all the injuries he went through last year, you know, there was a few stop, start. His final numbers were okay. And the thing that impresses me is he has power, but he also takes walks. You don't see a lot of guys with that combo. His on-base percentage last year, 360, some pretty decent considering he gave you some power and the fact that he couldn't really get into a groove because of all the injuries.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The fact that he had so much start-stop in his game that it makes his numbers even more impressive. So if you can get a full healthy season of Lars Nootbaar, I think all of baseball is going to be put on notice beyond just the fun name and the Japanese sensation side of it. So Cardinal fans are always asking, I'm sure you guys get questions about this all the time, but what are your thoughts so far on the off season to this point? And then looking ahead to the rest of the winter, what are some things you think the Cardinals need to consider going before spring training to make themselves a true contender in the National League?
Jim,
you go
first? Okay, you want me to go?
Yeah.
I think that it was great on the Cardinals and John Mozeliak to be very aggressive from the start to really set the market. I think that Sonny Gray always made sense to me, right? Oop, I just lost my light. We're going to keep rolling because I'm professional. I'm not in the studio. Like this is my own makeshift studio. But I think it was good on the Cardinals to be aggressive. Sonny Gray and the Cardinals just made sense. And Jim, I'm sure you know this as well. It seems like John Mozeliak had his eyes on Sonny Gray for a long time. And Sonny is a Middle Tennessee guy. I'm from the same area. He went to high school about like 15 minutes away from me. I didn't get to see him when he was at Smyrna High School, but I got to see him at Vandy. And there's I feel like some correlation between the Vandy boys and the Cardinals way. The way that they kind of hold themselves is very similar. I love that how competitive Sonny Gray is, so I'm excited to see that added to the starting rotation. It feels like I would just at least like to see 2 more relievers added. It feels like 1 or 2 relievers to really just shore up this bullpen would be ideal in this situation. But so far, I like their approach, and it seems like just based off of John Mozeliak's last comments that they also see and made a priority in kind of giving these guys – you know, their roles and having it defined early on. And so outside of the pitching, when you're looking at the positional players too, who our outfield's going to be. So they know going into spring training. And I know that injuries were a huge factor this past season, but I think having those defined roles will really let those guys kind of thrive and even build more confidence in that.
Well, for me, I think the Cardinals' priority was obviously get getting Lance Lynn for me. That was a Christmas present. Because he's great in the clubhouse. He's fun to cover. He also brings an edge. And I think that's something that maybe the Cardinals were missing. I like getting Lynn, obviously Sonny Gray, runner-up for Cy Young, front of the rotation guy. Gibson has been good. I think he has a chance to be very good again. I just wonder, do they have enough starting pitching? You go into each season and you're like, okay, we got 8, we got 9 starters. And then next thing you look, you got 3 starters. And I like Zach Thompson. I like Rom a lot. But that's your depth right now. So I wonder, do the Cardinals have maybe another move up their sleeve to get another starter? But I also agree with Brooke. I think they could use another piece or 2 for the bullpen.
Well, maybe that's where your Yamamoto news comes into play. So fingers crossed on that. I want to go back to what Brooke said about Sonny Gray, though. You said Mo's had his eye on Sonny Gray for a long time. I'm the same way. I am Noot News' resident Sonny Gray super fan. And obviously, he's a great fit on the field for this team. He does it all. Yeah. He's consistent. He gives you innings. He gets more strikeouts than a lot of guys this staff has had lately as well. The new sweeper's very exciting. But I wanted to ask you, what does Sonny Gray contribute off the field? Let's start with Brooke. And then, Jim, you talked a little bit about Lynn's edge. Have you heard a little bit about how Gray has one as well and what you can kind of provide on that?
Well, first of all, any guy who carries around a baseball is a guy I want in my rotation. Everyone saw it at his introductory press conference. He's carrying around a baseball, and he said he lives it. He wants a ball in his hand at all times. He likes the feel of it. He's comfortable with it. And he said, you could ask anyone I've ever played with. I play to win. I compete. I'm not looking to make friends with the opposing batter, with the opposing team. I want to take them out in a baseball sense. And I kind of like that. And I think Lynn has that too. And I think that that's the kind of edge that maybe this team needed.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Jim's saying there. I loved Sonny Gray's press conference that he had, where he had the ball that Jim mentioned. That just shows somebody who is obsessed and hates losing. I think that's something that is always very welcome in your clubhouse because, of course, all these guys want to win, but how much do they hate losing? Because that's a whole different level of passion when you can really channel that in. And I love the quote he had where he's like, of course, I'm not going to be friends with the guy that I'm going up against. That's even if I know him off the field, that's somebody I'm going up against. So I really liked his passion that he exuded in his comments that we saw. And from everything that I've heard, and like I said, just seeing him when he was at Vandy, he's a competitor. And you can tell that with the things that he's done over the years. And with Lance Lynn, I was not here when Lance was here, but from everything I've heard, and Jim, I watched your interview with him. I love his attitude. I've heard he's like a bulldog. So I'm excited to have that energy in the clubhouse. And Kyle Gibson, from the comments that I've seen about him, people see the same thing with him too. He seems like a guy who really took a lot of pride in building up young pitchers, which is something will be very welcome, especially if they can't get that other piece like Jim was talking in the starting rotation. You have Zach Thompson that he can mentor. You have Matthew Liberatore. There's the other guys like Drew Rom as well. So I think that Kyle Gibson will be another welcome voice. But Jim, I wanted to ask you with that interview with Lance Lynn, he seems like a huge personality. So what can we expect from the media side out of Lynn?
So first off, he loves toying with the media, right? If you give him a chance to answer yes or no, he will. Or if he doesn't want to give you a complete answer, as he said in my interview, he said, I'm not, and he's a nice guy. And he's not at all mean, maybe to some of his teammates, but he's like, I'm not here to do your job. If you ask a basic question, I'm going to give you a basic answer. You got to get to the good stuff to get the good stuff. So he keeps reporters on their toes. And there are times he just doesn't want to tell you something. And it's a cat and dog kind of thing. But he's fun. He's a really nice guy. And I'll tell you something. They said about Lance Lynn, like they did A.J. Przinsky back in the day when the Cardinals got him, we need a rusty nail. He's a rusty nail. He's ticked off because he gave 1 million home run balls last year, and he wants to be better, and he feels like this is a good spot for him to be.
Yeah, I that mentality has to rub off on this clubhouse that has a ton of young guys in it. And Jim, I know we have to let you go here, so I just want to ask you real quick about a tweet you put out today. You said you really think something special is happening here with Jordan Walker and Mason Wynn. Tell us about what you see in those two and why you're so excited about their future.
Okay, I've seen young prospects before and good ones. Okay, what I've seen in these two is unlike anything I've seen before. With Mason Wynn, I see a guy 5 tool, but they're not just tools; they're like off the chart tools, and I just can't imagine him not being great. We've seen what he can do defensively. We see on the base pass he didn't hit particularly well, but what I saw of him offensively, I think back if you follow his minor league career, every time he got promoted he struggled, and then he kicked in, and it was a juggernaut from there. And with Walker, I see a good kid who's working hard, who has such natural ability. I mean, what we saw last year was really good. And then I realized he's just scratching the surface. And he took over a position he hadn't played, outfield, and there were some growing pains. And he's bothered by that. I guarantee he'll be back and he'll be a better outfielder. And I'm thinking I put on a tweet a while ago, like those two would be in my no trade list going in, to the off season, because I think they're both going to be great. And I just feel like we have an opportunity as fans, which I am too, to see the beginning of something because they're just scratching the surface.
For sure. Well, Jim, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Again, follow Jim over on Twitter. He's got a YouTube channel going up as well with that interview with Lars Nootbaar coming up soon. Obviously, you see him all the Cardinal broadcasts as well. Again, thanks, Jim, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
I think what you guys are doing great, and it was honestly a pleasure to be on with you. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
So much.
Really
Thank you so much, Jim.
Bye, Jim.
Bye, Brooke.
See you, Jim. Well, Brooke's sticking on with us, so we're going to continue here, and we'll have Katie Wu from The Athletic hopping on here soon. Obviously, throughout the night, we have so many different guest plans. So you're going to see people jumping in and jumping out, so we'll have fun with it as we're going through. Brooke, though, let's continue that conversation, though, about specifically maybe Jordan Walker. Oh, yeah, Andrew, go for it.
Giveaways real quick because we got Katie hopping in as well. So if you see on the side, in the pinned chat, there's a link to the GoFundMe. So if you want to donate money, we really appreciate it. All goes to Big League Impact, and all donors will be entered. It doesn't matter how much you donate to win some of our awesome giveaways. So we have some of these banners from Bally Sports. You can't buy these really exclusive banners. This is Tommy Edman on this one, and we have Yachty on a couple of these other ones. Nope.
He's somewhere.
So, there we go. We got Yachty on these other banners. So if you want to donate, we'll be giving them away every half hour. We also have these giveaway hockey jerseys from the promotional items. So the link is in the pin chat if you want to win any of these items.
Yep. So any donation qualifies you to win. And once you donate once, you'll be qualified for the rest of them throughout the night. So please donate to Big League Impact. We'll continue to share about their vision as we go through. But joining us with Brooke now is Katie Wu of The Athletic, who covers the Cardinals day in and day out and provides awesome coverage over at The Athletic. And you can follow her on Twitter. Wow, words are hard. At KDJ Wu over on Twitter. Katie, thanks for joining us. We just had Jim Hayes on and we were talking. He just dropped some Yamamoto breaking news. So maybe you'll have some breaking news for us in here. But how's your day going?
Guys, I'm literally set up on like a little tiny chair in a hotel room and I'm using a coffee stand to prop my phone up. So I think that's kind of just symbolic of how my life is going right now. I guess what I can say is I did just go home to California, and every time I've left to go to California this offseason, the Cardinals have signed a pitcher. So trends suggest, I actually made a couple of jokes with people in the organization, and they were like, yeah, that sounds like a trend. So we'll expect a call from you. And I was like, okay, so we'll see. But great to see you guys, especially my girl Brooke, and thanks for having me on for such a fun cause.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining. We were just talking, we wrapped up a little bit of our conversation with Jim, and then Brooke was in it as well, talking about Jordan Walker and Mason Wynn and just kind of the excitement around them. And a question that a lot of Cardinal fans are debating through from this past year is Jordan Walker's defensive positional future. And there's especially just because it went so poorly in the first half. Even though there were signs of development in the second half, there's people who doubt his future as a corner outfielder. From your two perspectives, what do you see as Jordan Walker's future defensively? I still see him as a corner outfielder. I know the Cardinals organization does, but why should fans be hopeful about Jordan Walker as improving defensively in the outfield?
I'll go ahead and start and just keep it short because I also have a follow-up question with Katie regarding it. But if you guys haven't noticed, I love questions. I got tons of questions.
Hey, we love it.
With Jordan Walker, I think that his growth was really exciting to see, and I know that we were discussing that earlier about offensive numbers. I think that's going to be there for him because you want to see more power from the outfield. I think that Jordan Walker can provide that power. And Mason Wynn, I'm really excited to see what he develops into. I know there's a lot on whether or not he will be able to improve offensively. We just saw a very small sample size, so I don't think that's going to be indicative at all of his future.
True.
And I'm really excited to see him take that next step. And Katie, with this whole question regarding Jordan Walker and Mason Wynn, I wanted to follow up because I know that there's reports of the Cardinals talking about extensions with Paul Goldschmidt, but do you ever see eventually Jordan Walker moving over to first base after Paul Goldschmidt?
I could see that definitely years down the line. I think the Cardinals would be happy to shore up Paul Goldschmidt for at least 2 more years. So maybe after that, just depending on how his defense goes in right field. You know, when you look at Jordan Walker, I'm high on him. I mean, he's such a freak athlete, and he was really thrown into such an unfair and uncomfortable position, learning to play the outfield at a major league level. He makes the opening day roster, deservedly so, right out of spring training, skips AAA, but he'd only been playing the outfield professionally for about 6 months to that time. I think Jordan handled every single curveball that went his way about as well as you could for a 21-year-old, and the strides he made defensively were better. Am I out here saying he was a Gold Glove right fielder in September? No. But he showed signs of getting better, and the work that he put in extensively with Willie McGee, his overall athleticism. I mean, we've seen the speed, we've seen the arm. He's been in Jupiter for the last 3 months working on that. You know, he's only 21 years old, and he has all the makings of being a superstar athlete. Why not give him another shot this year to see what he can do?
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I really don't want to see Walker move out of the outfield because I don't want them to waste that athleticism. There's just so much talent there. I love that you mentioned that. And we also just mentioned that extension for Paul Goldschmidt. Do you see the Cardinals engaging in any extension talks with any of their younger players, specifically Jordan Walker this offseason? We've seen some other teams do that. It's been very, very successful.
I don't, just because that's not really their MO. And let's be honest, the Cardinals have so many other problems to consider right now. The Goldschmidt one makes sense. You know, yes, a team is going to meet and possibly decide to extend with their star player approaching free agency. That was kind of a no-brainer. Of course, they would explore that possibility. But for all of these younger guys, you know, Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker, you're also looking at guys like Tommy Edman, Brendan Donovan, Nolan Gorman. I think that's just not usually what this front office does. And I think they're working so hard on adding externally that I'm not going to say they're not focusing internally, but that's kind of a back burner priority for them right now.
For sure.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Katie, just kind of piggybacking off of that because I know, and here's the thing, the Braves did it, right? And it makes a lot of sense. And you even saw the Diamondbacks do that recently with Corbin Carroll as well. So it makes a lot of sense. Katie, do you ever see them doing that? Because we saw this huge contract with Shohei Ohtani where you're signing, and then there's talks with Yoshi Yamamoto's contract being really long. Do you ever see them at least taking that approach of, okay, maybe we won't do these long-term deals in free agency, but maybe we should do this with our younger players in-house?
I see that, maybe not to the extent of some of these lucrative deals that we've seen other teams do. You know, the Brewers with their top prospect is an extreme example. But the Cardinals have done extensions to get through players through their arbitration years. The most recent one I can recall off the top of my head was Giovanni Gallegos at the end of the 2022 season. Those kinds of extensions or deals, I think, make sense because you're just essentially taking out arbitration, taking out negotiations, and signing a player and just having to, you know, you don't have to deal with any of that. That contractual stuff, arbitration, as we've seen, it's impacted Tyler O'Neill, it impacted Ryan Helsley. Those are the kinds of, well, they're not necessarily extensions, contract deals I can see the Cardinals being open to, especially if they identify a player that they know they want to keep around like they did with Gallegos in 2022.
Yeah. And we saw in the early 2010s too, Matt Carpenter, Carlos Martinez, Paul DeYoung. Like there's a variety of names they've done in the past. So it's been a little while, but maybe they explore it again with this new emerging young core. Katie and Brooke. So it looks like Yuki Matsui is on his way to the Padres. I don't think that's officially been confirmed yet, but it's been at least percolating on Twitter right now. What do you see from the Cardinals bullpen pursuit right now? Obviously, it kind of feels like there's a million options they could go with, but it seems like it's maybe a free agency. But are there some names that fans should maybe keep an eye on over the next few weeks?
Yeah, it's a good question. That bullpen, I know that there's been some clips of John Mozeliak going out, but I would really encourage everyone to listen to the full interview with Tom Ackerman on KMOX and not just listen to clips. Context matters. Preaching to the choir here. You guys all know this. Do they like Ryan Helsley, Giovanni Gallegos, and the high ceiling of Jojo Romero in the back end of the bullpen?
Yeah.
Yes. Do I think that they're very eager to add one more name so they're not overly reliant on a relatively, with those two names and Helsley and Gallegos aside, unproven bullpen? Yes, I also believe that. You know, they've checked around Phil Maton. I think Derek Gould had Hector Neris. They've been very active at Jordan Hicks camp leading up to the winter meetings. There are options there, but as we all know, guys, free agency is a two-way street. Yeah. Yes, they did meet with Matsui. You know, you can only do so much. Money isn't everything in these decisions, as we all know. But I would be very surprised if the Cardinals enter spring training without adding one more reliever. They also missed out on Chris Stratton, which wouldn't have been the high leverage splashy name, but that veteran presence is something that they valued a lot in their bullpen. I know they were active in trying to bring him back, but he did decide to go to the other side of Missouri. So
yeah,
honestly, you go.
No, I was just going to kind of add to that too with what you were saying, Katie, is that it really does seem like they need to add at least one or two relievers. That's what we were talking about earlier. But it's been such a stagnant offseason when it comes to moves. The Cardinals have been the most aggressive. And do you think, Katie, that has to do with waiting to see what happens with Yamamoto and some of these other guys moving, and then we'll see some more guys getting signed, especially relievers? Or what do you think that is?
I think it's a little twofold. I think some of it was the Ohtani and now Yamamoto holdup. I think another big thing that's impacting 11 or so teams is the holdup with Diamond and Bally Sports Network and what teams are going to do with their regional sports networks, because that is such a big source of revenue. I mean, you've seen the Twins come out and say, yeah, we're cutting payroll because we don't know what's going on with our future. It's certainly not a problem that only affects the Cardinals, but because the Cardinals have such a wide presence in their revenue sharing, it definitely impacts what ownership can do, or what they feel comfortable, I should say, what they feel comfortable in doing with that uncertainty. But it's plaguing a lot of teams right now. I do feel like it will pick up maybe after the holidays. And there's usually a mad rush this week to try to get things done before that week of purgatory where no one knows what day it is between Christmas Eve and New Year's Day. But I do think it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of those factors impacting the offseason. And yeah, the Cardinals were super aggressive. The Dodgers have been super aggressive. To put it in perspective, yes, the Yankees traded for Juan Soto, but they've spent $0 in free agency so far. I don't expect that to stay the same.
Well, perhaps a Matsui deal could sort of unfreeze some of this bullpen stuff. I wanted to ask if there are any specific names you've heard in the bullpen. I know some rumors about Maton surfaced a couple weeks ago, but that kind of got shot down. And then also, if you think there could be any reunion of sorts. I know you mentioned Jordan Hicks. We've had Trevor Rosenthal on here before. He'd be a little bit more of a depth arm at this point, especially with the rehab ongoing. But then also a guy like John Brebbia, a workhorse type. I really wish they'd been able to get Stratton. He takes the ball so often. Or maybe even Adam Ottavino. A lot of guys don't know that he played for the Cardinals, but he was there for a couple games back in 2010, I think. So maybe one of those more workhorse-minded guys. Is there any specific rumor you've heard?
Not really, and I know that's kind of a boring answer, but it's the truth. What I will say about the Cardinals, it makes my job difficult, but I do find it admirable that they're not an organization that really leaks at all. I remember having conversations with the front office, and they were baffled the signing got out. And I was like, you don't understand how big of a deal that is. You guys never leak, and it never comes from them. So just because you're not hearing the Cardinals linked to people doesn't mean they're not active. That's just how they've run their ship. It's very tight. There's not a lot of leaks coming out of that organization, but some of those names, checked a lot of boxes. I remember talking to Mo at the winter meetings, and I said, I'm not necessarily suggesting a reunion, but would a guy like Chris Stratton be someone that you targeted? Perhaps maybe I should have. And those high veteran guys with a lot of experience that will take the ball every day. That's a great point that you said. they really need those guys. And that's why they have such high respect for Giovanni Gallegos, because he takes the ball almost every day. It's why they kept Andrew Miller, because he took the ball every day.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that would be the only addition. Of course, they would need to make one more, but don't underestimate the value of having reliability in your bullpen.
Yeah. So bullpen is the big conversation. It's one that they've actively, at least publicly, said they want to continue to pursue. One that I'd say fans and media are both maybe hoping that maybe more would happen is potentially another addition to the starting rotation. And you referenced that interview Sunday that John Mazzelak gave, and he at least said the door is open for a potential starting pitching acquisition. Katie and Brooke, what do you guys think? Maybe start with Katie here about a potential another acquisition. It seems like it's potentially more on the trade front if that does happen. And what are some routes we could look toward for a potential sixth starter or another starter being added this offseason?
Yeah, I think that was pretty even keeled with what he'd said throughout the last month or so. They're not closing the door on anything. Just because they're focusing on bullpen help right now doesn't mean they're totally against improving on the starting pitching market. I would agree that it's more likely to be from the trade market, perhaps, than free agency, just because they're looking to spend in free agency on a reliever, and they've already pledged X amount of dollars to 3 other free agent starters. But something that I think was a sign that they were pretty active on in the starting pitching trade market is we reported this a few weeks ago, but on Foul Territory today, which is a great show if you guys don't know about it, it's awesome. I really like going on there. Tyler Glasnow was going through a list of names of teams that he'd heard had checked in, and the Cardinals were one of them. So this again goes back to the Cardinals not like they're not, just because you don't hear them connected as main people doesn't mean they're not checking in. I mean, I think Ken Rosenthal and I had maybe 2 sentences on that because that's all we had, but there was interest there. So yes, it's disappointing to not get Tyler Glasnow. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that extension and giving up 2 top prospects. However, desperate times call for desperate measures, and I would certainly qualify the 2023 season in St. Louis as desperate. But that does go to show that they are pretty much, whether, they're active or not, they're at least checking in on the starting pitching market. I would expect it to be a trade, but at this point, when you're looking at the free agent options that are left, if you're really going to go sign one, you might as well go trade them, because it would just kind of be another 4 or 5. And the Cardinals have a lot of the presumed 4 or 5 starters. So if you're really looking to make a splash in this rotation, you look at the trade market. Of course, that's going to require giving up something that's going to hurt. So you just kind of have to trust. And I'm sure there's a little bit of hesitation and trepidation from the front office, from Mo specifically, because the last thing he wants to do, while he's made some great trades, he's also made some not great trades, and that can make you a little bit hesitant to bite the bullet, really.
Yeah,
it makes me think of how he made that joke about Tyler O'Neill probably getting MVP votes now that he's being moved on. At least he's being self-aware, right?
Guys.
Yeah,
he reads the tweets.
Oh man, yeah. If Sonny, I call Sandy Sonny Gray all the time because he's such a Sonny Gray fan. Oh my God.
I'll take it as a compliment.
If Sandy is the president of the Sonny Gray fan club and Andrew is the president of the Shohei Ohtani fan club, I was the president of Tyler Glasnow fan club. So when I heard him say that today, I was wanting to cry so much that he had mentioned the Cardinals. Whatever, though, it's okay. Brooke, what do you think about the trade market?
Yeah, no, I was with you, Josh, because I think that Tyler Glasnow would have made a lot of sense, at least for the Cardinals, of at least solving things for the time being. And the Rays don't like to spend money, so they would have, been willing to move on from that $25 million that he would be due next season. I'm with you, Katie. I was very surprised about the extension for Tyler too. That was shocking, but it seems like the Dodgers are all in now that they have Shohei and they're continuing to add to their starting rotation. I think that, and these are just, obviously I don't have as much insight as Katie does, but I would have loved to see, and they still could possibly do this, just some young starting pitching arm to be able to come in, because this is a situation that the Cardinals are going to be in next offseason too, when you have these 1-year deals with Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson, and who knows maybe what happens with them moving forward. But, outside of that, you have, as we know, some older arms. So I would have just liked to see some sort of trade to bring in a younger starting pitcher like a Dylan Cease. I know that Jesus Luzardo is another name that's been floated out there a little bit, not saying anything. I don't know if there's any Cardinals connections. Kind of like Katie said, they do a great job of keeping their name away from being associated with certain trade rumors. But to me, it would just make sense of also adding in another starting pitcher, especially a younger one, even Yamamoto would be fantastic. I don't see that being feasible, but still, I think one could dream. That would be fantastic. But to have a younger arm coming in, I feel like would not only be good for the starting rotation next season, but moving forward when you're going to be in this position all over again.
Yeah, one of the things I was surprised with, it's probably my fault for reading too much into Moselek's comments, but I thought there was going to be a change in like the philosophy of spending and like signing a starting pitcher to a really long-term sort of contract. But I guess trading for one and extending them also fits that model. We've heard a lot about the Marlins, I think, being thrown around with the Cardinals. Obviously, there's some bad memories there with the Ozuna trade, but are there any names that we could see? Brooke just mentioned Luzardo, but anyone from the Marlins that we could see the Cardinals go after? And I believe the Royals were talking about giving up a Brendan Donovan or Nolan Gorman type bat in exchange for Luzardo. So would that be really possible? And how do we feel about that kind of deal?
For me, as much as the Cardinals need starting pitching, I think it would depend on the pitcher. And let's just put the Marlins out there, even though there hasn't been any link between the Marlins and the Cardinals, but it's a fun exercise because there are reports that the Marlins would be willing to move on with one of many of their young team-controlled good starting pitchers. I'm a Luzardo enthusiast. I covered him as a prospect when he was the A's top prospect in the Bay Area. Follow his career. I think he's a stud. Edward Cabrera is another one of those guys. But really, I think Brendan Donovan is a perfect fit for this Cardinals team because he fits that Swiss Army knife mold. But when you think about Nolan Gorman and that 30-plus homer potential from the left side, that is really hard for me to want to part with. I think it would have to be a top-notch grade to do that. The risk to get burned in that trade is so high because Gorman is only 23. We've seen the power. I mean, I know his back flared up a little bit in the 2023 season, but that potential is so high offensively. And the Cardinals, a lot of things that they're pitching to this free agent starters is our offense is going to be really good. You know, they're counting on bounce back years from Goldschmidt, from Arenado. I thought Contreras came out and did exactly what he has consistently done throughout his career. You get Lars Nootbaar out a little bit more consistently. He had some freak injuries. And you're feeling a lot better about this offense, and you add Nolan Gorman and his home run power there, and it looks like, again, a top 10 offense. So yes, I think the Cardinals should be very heavily looking at some young, team controllable, high upside starting pitching guys. But I also could understand the hesitation to part with someone like Nolan Gorman. You know, they're not going to do that with Jordan Walker or Mason Wynn. But Gorman, I don't want to say he's in that category, but he's really close for me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Gorman, when we listed these guys, was like almost untouchable for me. And I know no one's untouchable. It's a technicality. But I'm really high on him and Donovan. I hope the Cardinals don't trade them. And I know they'd have to probably if they were going to go for one of those arms with the Marlins. And then the Mariners is another team. I know BK and Ferrario like to talk about Logan Gilbert a lot on 101.
Yes,
I caught that when you were on there the other day. Great stuff, by the way. But
Thank
one
you.
organization that I haven't heard linked to the Cardinals is the Detroit Tigers. I know they have some other depth arms like Sawyer Gibson-Long is someone that's really interesting to me. Reese Olson is a lower ceiling guy, maybe a little bit more like Edward Cabrera. But he had great results in his first year. Is there a chance they could link up with them? I know it might not require a Gorman or a Donovan, so.
I mean, yeah, they could always, just trade for Jack Flaherty. I'm totally kidding.
At the deadline, hey, you never know.
Can you imagine? What
gosh.
full circle that would be? I'm not quite sure what the Tigers are doing. I don't mean that in a bad way. Just like I don't really know what the Royals are doing.
Yes.
Kind of seems like they're going for it.
Yes.
Kind of seems like the Tigers are like, maybe we can go for it.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what Detroit would be willing to part with. I'm also not super familiar with their system. The AL Central is really baffling to me. I think we can confidently say, guys, right now on December 19th. So the AL Central is arguably more competitive than the NL Central, which is sad. But I think all of those organizations, it's all about starting pitching that's young with team control. San Francisco comes to mind as well. Obviously, they're not going to trade a Logan Webb, but they have, their top prospect, Kyle Harrison, fits that mold. So I don't know. There are options out there, but all of these teams know how rare and how prized controllable starting pitching is, and they're going to, like they should, try to squeeze out as much as they can for that return. And it's up to the Cardinals, and it's up to Mo specifically to decide what he's comfortable with there.
A quick counterpoint to that, though, is that like young bats, like the guys the Cardinals have, like Donovan and Gorman, also don't grow on trees. And I know the Tigers just had Kerry Carpenter break out, but they've really struggled to produce that kind of offensive talent. The Mariners, besides Julio Rodriguez, haven't produced much of that offensive talent. Like Evan White seems like a bust, and he's gone now anyway. And then obviously the Marlins have had a ton of trouble doing that too. So hopefully the Cardinals can find themselves in a position of leverage like that, where they can say, hey, we have these guys that are super talented, and we're not just going to let them go for anything either.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think especially when you factor in the free agent market from a position standpoint, you know, it's relatively weak. Obviously with Ohtani off the board, and now I think Cody Bellinger would be the top one. Other than that, there's not a lot of depth there, and that is maybe something that the Cardinals can use to their advantage if they decide to pursue a potential trade.
Yeah, it's really interesting with this free agent market being so thin. You would think it'd put the Cardinals potentially in a position of power when it comes to having all those young bats, but at the same time, everyone wants pitching. So I don't really know who wins in that like leverage argument there. But Brooke and Katie, we know you both need to go soon. And this is a stream where people are hopping on and hopping off. So feel free to jump on and jump off whenever. But we just want to take a moment to thank you guys for joining us. We really appreciate it. Again, if you're in the chat right now, this whole stream is going toward Big League Impacts. We have a pinned comment at the very top where you can donate to this awesome organization. We'll be plugging different things that they're doing throughout the stream. And we're about to do our first giveaway. So if you want to enter for the first giveaway, go ahead and donate now. And Andrew will be doing that in a few moments. But Katie, Brooke, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it. We hope to see you guys again soon.
Of course, guys. Thanks. We'll talk soon. I'm going to hop off. Got to go take my mom to the ballet. Which means, you know, knock on wood, that's probably when a free agent signing is going to happen. And if that does happen, think of me because I will be so upset. Thanks, guys, for having me. Such a great cause again, and I'm sure I'll see you all soon.
Awesome.
Bye,
Thanks,
Katie.
Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us, guys.
All right. Thank you, guys. I got to head out here, too, for an event, but we really appreciate it.
Thanks, Brooke. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
So we've got so many guests coming on tonight. So this is just the beginning of it. Seriously, thanks to Brooke, Katie, and Jim for starting off strong. That's quite the top of the order we had here. So we're going to do a giveaway real quick before our next guest comes on. And we'll preview a little bit of this lineup here for you all because we have Victor Scott, top Cardinal prospect, coming on next to talk with us. Super exciting because he had such a breakout year last year, but we're a little late on the 6:30 giveaway. So Andrew, go for it, man.
All right, looks like you guys want a hockey jersey to be given away first. I have a random name generator. I've put everyone who has donated so far into there. I'll refresh one more time just to see if anyone's put it. Okay, so we're going to randomize right here. Maybe hit the passing button while I'm doing that. But the first person who has won our giveaway is Brenden Duggarty, I think. If I butchered that, I'm sorry. But you have won this powder blue hockey jersey. If you want to send us your mailing info to get this, you can DM us on Twitter, or you can shoot us an email, nootnewspod@gmail.com. I'll put that in the chat right here.
Awesome.
And congratulations, you've won a hockey jersey. So if you want one of these giveaways, we have 3 more hockey jerseys, 3 Tommy Edman banners, and 3 Yadier Molina banners that we're going to be giving away tonight. There is a pinned comment. If you go to our GoFundMe, you'll be automatically entered to win one of these things, as long as you're not just put your name down for your donation, and we'll get that out to you as soon as we can. So, awesome. Brenden, let us know on Twitter, DM us, and we'll get that sent out to you.
Yeah, and then Andrew just put our email in there as well, so you can hit that if you'd rather email the information as well. So again, this is all for Big League Impact, and there's this really cool story I want to share that Jim or Brooke, I think Brooke actually kind of talked a little bit about at the top of the show, that just kind of shows a little bit of what Big League impact can be in this world. And so there was a few years ago, Adam Wainwright. Well, actually, this was recently. Adam Wainwright told this story. He was on the Chatter's Box podcast, which is hosted by Kyle McClellan, and he was talking about his win number 200, and he was talking about like a really cool experience he had from this year. So if you remember, I was actually at this game. I was sitting behind home plate. It was the worst. I felt so bad for Wainwright, but there's a start against the Houston Astros this year where Adam Wainwright got lit up and he walked off the mound and things didn't go well. And he was just having Wainwright's a competitor. He's not going to be excited about a bad outing. And so he's sitting in the locker room afterwards, and some Astro staffer comes and finds him and says, "Hey, there's a player, Mauricio Dubon, who would like to speak with you." And Wainwright's like, "Are you kidding me? Like, we just got blown out. Why would I want to do that?" But he's like, "Oh, yeah, sure, of course, I'll go do that." And so he goes and meets Dubon, and he talks about how, let me give a little bit of background. In 2013, Adam Wainwright went with a Big League Impact initiative to Honduras, and this project built clean water access and latrines, which I actually was just in El Salvador a few months ago. Latrines are basically a sanitation spot for people in places where they can't access bathrooms. So people die all the time in different countries for unclean water because they have to use the bathroom in their fields and it gets into their water supply. And so it's just not a good thing. So these latrines help them have a space where they can not impact their water. And so Mauricio Dubon came up to him and got his autograph, was talking to Wainwright, and he told Wainwright that project that Wainwright did back in 2013 was actually in a neighboring town of where Dubon was from in Honduras, and his family would go to that town to use the clean water supply and the latrines. And then he also got his first baseball glove and other baseball equipment during that thing, and so that's what got Dubon into baseball. Wow. And now Mauricio Dubon is a major league player, and he got to meet Adam Wainwright. And so obviously the point of this isn't to raise up baseball players, but you're giving access to people to opportunities all around the world, whether it's in St. Louis or globally, that want to have access to things like this through organizations like Big League Impact. So your donations today help them to do all these different projects that they have going on in the world. And it's just a really cool thing to see, there's a tangible impact of a life being changed and a Major League Baseball player becoming a baseball player because of the impact of Big League Impact. And so it's a really cool organization. If you can donate, that'd be awesome. Every 30 minutes, so we're about to do another one in 15 minutes. We're doing a giveaway for anyone who's donated throughout the night. So there's no minimum donation you need to do to be entered into this. Just donate onto the I can't think of things today, onto the GoFundMe. You'll be entered in, and you'll be entered in for every giveaway throughout this. So we're just adding to the list. So you don't have to donate every half hour to be entered into it. Sandy, Andrew, thoughts so far on our conversation with Brooke, Jim, Katie? That was quite the bomb, the Yamamoto one from Jim.
Oh my goodness.
I still have my doubts, but crazy.
But, it got me fired up. The fact that came straight from Lars Nootbaar, like, how about that? Come on. Also, so cool that Jim gets to interview Lars Nootbaar. Maybe someday, okay? Maybe someday. But yeah, it's been so good so far. And also, we can't, underscore enough how big of a deal Big League Impact is. I love what Josh was saying there. Yeah, they just do amazing work. And if you guys have anything like seriously, please donate. It's just such a great cause.
Yeah. Yes, it really is. And so I'll keep. Oh yeah, so Sai, the GoFundMe link is at the very top. It's you should be able to see it's a pinned comment in the chat if you want to do that as well, and we can keep posting it in here throughout the night. So the thing that was said about Yamamoto, Brady, was that Jim Hayes had actually just got done interviewing Lars Nootbaar before he hopped on here. And he said that he asked Lars directly. He's like, I know we don't know anything, but what, like, are they at least in on Yamamoto still? Like, is there still a chance? And Lars Nootbaar said yes. Like, there's still a chance they can get Lars Nootbaar, that he's been on Yamamoto to sign in St. Louis. His mom has been on Yamamoto's mom about it because they're best friends. All kinds of super cool stuff with that. So again, I mean, I don't think any of us are holding our breath about Yamamoto coming to St. Louis, especially if it's going to be over $300 million. I also wouldn't hold my breath about a Clayton Kershaw. I'm sure he's going to be going back to the Dodgers. Although one of our guests later did say that there was a chance the Cardinals could sign Kershaw back in 2019, I think, and they chose not to engage with him. So we'll ask that guest later about that story, because I think that's wild that they
wait. Say that again one more time.
So we'll ask. Hopefully, I'm not saying anything I shouldn't be saying here, but Josh Reed and Scott Van Slyke, and Reed was telling us about, because Van Slyke's close to the Dodgers, and Kershaw, that Kershaw was open to going to the Cardinals, the Rangers, and the Dodgers. I think it was in one of his recent free agencies. I can't remember the year, but the Cardinals didn't call him. So I think Wainwright was interested in kind of like talking him up, and so another miss, but it happens.
Reminds us,
we're used to it.
It's like the Scherzer story that broke recently. If anybody knows about that, apparently Scherzer was willing to take some sort of hometown discount to come be a Cardinal around, I believe it was like 2015, 2016.
Yeah, I think that he said if he called them or something, his agent called them and say, hey, if you get in the ballpark of the Nationals offer, so it wasn't even like match it. It's like if you can get around that offer, I'll sign in St. Louis. And yeah, it didn't happen. So mystery guess at the moment, no, but you never know. So sorry to keep you hanging on that. We were kind of figuring that out up until today, and it looks like it's not happening, but we'll never say never. So I'll keep my email going. I'll keep looking at my Twitter and see if it ends up working out. But Big League Impact's been really helpful with this. I'm really excited about helping them out with this. So again, any other thoughts, you guys? I mean, we know we just talked Yamamoto, but anything that Katie or Brooke said or Jim said that stood out to you guys?
Yeah, the stuff about Mason Wynn and Jordan Walker that Jim was talking about was particularly exciting. I'm still high on Mason Wynn. I know a lot of people kind of disappointed by the way his second half went. But, I mean, he's 21 years old. Mike Trout didn't figure it out immediately, so give him more time. And he doesn't even have to be that great of a hitter to be a productive player. His defense is so good. His arm is super strong. Was a little bit of a two-way guy at one point. I had to throw that in there. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm totally with you.
Working, right? I got a couple comments about it not working. So
to the the GoFundMe link.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it should be the pinned tweet or pinned comment.
Oh, it's because I had a poll. It's because I had a poll for which item to give away, so it's not actually. I'll do that again.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We're updating that.
This is our first time doing a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, we just started streaming, a couple episodes ago, which, by the way, just wanted to note that we love streaming. We love getting all this interaction with you guys. And yeah, during these kind of down moments, when we don't have any guests on, we'll be much more likely to answer questions and stuff. So just let us know if you've got any questions, throw them in the chat. Obviously, we're waiting for some of our next guests to come on. We've got a super awesome lineup. If you've read any of the graphics, it's going to be absolutely incredible. But yeah, just scrolling through here in the chat, looking for some questions here. One thing I did want to say, I was thinking about this with Yamamoto again. Sorry, I'm going back to this. I know I might be beating a dead horse at this point. But so something that happened with Shohei Ohtani is he kind of took a little bit of a hometown discount to go to the Dodgers. Now, I'm not going to say $700 million is discount. I know that sounds ridiculous, but Andrew has explained this a number of times to me. And apparently the full value of the contract was only $460 million because it was deferred.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's why the cap hit is $46 million, which don't even get me started on how mad it makes me that it's not the full cap hit. Andrew and I have talked about this at length. But the point is, Cubs offered him $500 million, no deferrals. And he didn't even meet with them. And apparently the real value, I mean, in air quotes, because real value means nothing to me, but the real value of that contract was bigger than the real value of $460 million in the other one. So some people have argued that he took a discount to go play in Los Angeles. I wonder if there would be any sort of, I don't know, if Yamamoto would be willing to take any amount of discount. I'm not saying we should count on it. Obviously, a lot of guys just go where they get the most money. But for someone who wants to play with another Japanese player, he wants to play with someone he's a friend of, maybe Lars Nootbaar can do something like that. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's just something I've been thinking of, something I've been cooking up.
Yeah. It's funny. That's why Ohtani's my favorite, because he didn't meet with the Cubs, and that makes me so happy.
Pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. He didn't even consider their offer.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see what the chat thinks. My hot take right now is I think I'd rather him actually be a Cub. I know I was so anti him being a Cub, but I just think that I don't think the Cubs have the financial depth to go out and do all this extra stuff on top of Ohtani. Like, they would have made more moves, but I know they got an elite farm system, so maybe I'm asking for trouble here. And it'd be so annoying to see Ohtani in Chicago because I want to watch him and be excited about him. But like him on the Dodgers makes them a juggernaut, and so that's where I'm kind of like, ooh, I don't love that. But I know that would be like worst case scenario for Andrew because he wants to keep rooting for Shohei. So now our buddies Glasnow and Ohtani are Dodgers. So
hey, Sonny Gray, Glasnow, and Shohei Ohtani will all be at Cardinals opening day just like we wanted.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Don't say stuff like that. That makes me upset.
Hey, Luke or Lee or Jay Lee just put this in here, which is just awesome. We already reached we didn't know what to expect from the donations on this guy. So we set it at 500 and we're like, we'll see what happens. We've already surpassed $500 and we're not even an hour into this. So guys, that is awesome. Thanks so much. Again, you can continue to donate. We'll continue to do giveaways throughout the night. And Andrew's plugged some already. We've got the banners, we have the jerseys. And again, if you donate at any point in the night, you're still entered in. And I don't know, guys, how do we feel? Like if someone does multiple donations, do they get multiple entries? Are we're doing that? Maybe not like the five. You can't just keep doing $5 ones.
Yeah, no.
Maybe
We're gonna just keep it simple. One entry per person. And if you already want,
you're no fun, Andrew. Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh man. There was something I was wanting to talk about that Sandy brought up that I thought was interesting. But in the chat, guys, if we have downtime like this, again, we're going to do questions and stuff. But some things we talked about potentially doing is we could do some immaculate grid on here while we're waiting for a guest.
Or
we could do some Sporkle quizzes. So I already did my immaculate grid today, and I haven't killed it. It was my best one I've ever done. It was so fun.
Maybe
so
Andrew and I can do one right now.
It's got a Cardinals row.
Oh.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Hey, Andrew, can you share your screen and put an immaculate grid on here? Do we have that capability?
We could just do this while we're chatting. And if you're in the chat, feel free to throw in some answers for these. There's a
if you've got any like sicko polls, please.
I mean, Victor Scott's supposed to be here in 5 minutes, right? So.
Yeah, so maybe we don't have time. We'll do another downtime if we need to. But if you guys, if anyone's wanting to look for a Sporkle quiz, those can be fun. I know me and Andrew have already done the immaculate grid today, so we're kind of cheating. But maybe Sandy can do it with you guys.
That'd be really fun. I haven't done it yet, so.
True. So Victor Scott will be hopping us with soon. Again, a quick intro about Victor, because we want to make the most of the time we have with him. He is just an awesome prospect in the Cardinal system. We did a tier ranking recently about who we would or wouldn't trade, and we put him in the untouchable tier for us. Because,
the top of the untouchable tier.
Yeah, which is, you might think is crazy, but kind of our thoughts on this is his floor, in my opinion, of a player is very high because you have elite speed and elite defense. And so you're talking about a guy who, even if his bat somehow doesn't translate at the major league level, which there's questions about it, it's fair. He's a guy that when he gets on base, he's an 80 grade stolen base guy. Like he's going to lead the league in stolen bases probably at some point. He's just got that kind of speed. And so even if he's batting ninth in your order and not doing a lot, the fact that he can beat out single or ground balls for singles, he can bunt singles. He does have developing power. He's a great player. And then his defense, talk about like a future potential Gold Glover. I mean, I will say generational, but you could say his arm isn't there necessarily, but his speed and his awareness on the field, that's going to help a ton with the Cardinals defense going forward. So you think of that floor, but then if he has a bat too, like here he comes on right now. This is a guy that could make a huge impact in the Cardinals lineup for a very long time. So as he's getting settled in here, we'll jump in. But so Victor Scott, we've got coming on here in just a second here. So we'll throw him on in here. Again, thanks so much for everyone who's joined on so far. Again, if you want to donate through the stream at the very top, there's a link that we've pinned to donate to Big League Impact. We've already raised over $500 so far, which is awesome. And we'll do another giveaway here in a few moments. So get a couple more entries in there. But now joined by Victor Scott, who's a top prospect in the Cardinal system. I've interviewed Victor, so we've talked a little bit before earlier this season, but he continued to have an amazing finish to the year, tore it up in the Arizona Fall League, and now is catching the eyes of people all around baseball right now. So Victor, thanks so much for joining us, man. How's your offseason going so far?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, awesome. Man, my off season's going outstanding nonetheless. I went on a trip to Cancun just to kind of relax and get my mind off of baseball as everyone kind of does. But I'm kind of back into the swing of things now. So back in the cages, back in the gym, kind of starting to reacclimate myself and get everything back going for sure.
Yeah. What are some of the things that, like, you're getting back into baseball activities? What are some of the things you're working on going into spring training this upcoming year and preparing for the 2024 season?
So one of the primary components like that I wanted to come into this off season was being able to create more bat speed, more power throughout my swing without changing my swing or like changing the dynamics of my swing. So by that, I'm using the ground a little bit more to kind of promote that force throughout my body and up the kinetic chain in order to kind of promote that bat speed.
Yeah, so I know we talked about this a little bit when we talked last time, but when people hear about contact speed threats, developing power, there's sometimes a little bit of like what's going on here? Because they're afraid that you're going to mess up your swing, you're going to start hitting for too many home runs and lose a lot of the ability that makes you special. So what does it mean to add more bat speed and to make harder contact and add more power to your game while not changing your swing? Like what does that kind of look like for the average fan to understand that?
It's kind of just training your body to move a little bit quicker. So either that may be swinging a lighter bat and hitting tennis balls, or working on like strength at impact, but it doesn't mean to change the approach. So when you start to tinker with the approach, then you start to kind of get into launch angle and trying to hit homers when that's not necessarily my game. So trying to hit those line drives, just trying to hit them a little bit harder with more bat speed and a little bit more control, kind of just adds a different element, a more exciting piece to the game for sure.
Yeah, that's super informative. Well, real quick, Victor, throughout the night, we're doing these giveaways. So at every 30-minute mark, we're giving away different merch for people that are donating to the stream. So we hit another 30-minute mark. So Andrew's going to do a quick giveaway real quick. And then Sandy's got a question for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I'm just going to grab one of these banners. I don't know which one it is. That's the fun of it. Okay, this one is Malia. Okay, so the next person who I pick will win a Yadier Molina banner. Let's go. Okay, Whit Turback, or Turbrack. Sorry, I'm bad with names. So we'll put that in the chat. Send us an email. Send us a DM on Twitter. And we keep going with Sandy.
Awesome.
All right, so Victor, I know that you went to West Virginia. I'm at Baylor myself right now, so a little bit of a rivalry there. You guys just beat us in football a couple weeks ago. That was such a tough loss for the Bears. But we know that you just graduated recently, if I'm correct. What'd you get your degree in, and how'd you go about finishing school while you're also like playing minor league baseball? That's a lot to juggle.
Right. I got my degree in multidisciplinary studies. So basically, that's just a fancy way of saying 3 minors into 1 major. My minors were health education, group fitness, and personal training. As for like the question of juggling things, it was more so just kind of like sticking to a regimen or routine, kind of trying to chunk classes per se. So if I had like 3 classes this semester, I would try to do assignments from 1 class, maybe on Monday and Tuesday, and then the next class is so on and so forth. It'd be like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it kind of allowed me to stay on a pretty consistent routine and just remain disciplined to know like that I want to finish school and this is the time to do it.
Well, congratulations. Like, that's so impressive. That's just a lot going on. That's amazing. And this summer, while you were tearing it up in the Cardinals system, you finished the year at AAA. What was it like to get up to Memphis and get up to the higher levels of the minors? Did you notice like a big increase in like the competition level and stuff? Can you tell us a little bit about what that adjustment was like as well?
Yeah, so I actually went from high A to AA, and I finished in AA this year.
Oh, okay,
but that's no problem. But it was a big competition jump for sure. Everybody kind of knows necessarily. I mean, everybody in pro ball is good. They're great players. As you kind of go up, everybody kind of starts to know who they are identity wise. So in that, pitchers a little bit more competitive around the zone. They tend to pitch more to like their strengths and know how to get guys out based off of what they do well. So with that being said, like with me as a contact guy, normally those pitches are a little bit more around the zone than what they were at high. So it allows me to kind of play my game, be bat the ball, and kind of just get on base and try to cause as much havoc as possible, try to get better pitches for the guys behind me to hit. So it all kind of ties in as you increase. And I know there's going to be another jump going to AAA and of course the big leagues. But it's just continually making those adjustments to put myself in the best position.
Yeah. So we talked a lot about that last time you're on too, about how your approach isn't just helpful for you getting on base and your stats and your production, but you're helping the guys behind you in the order as well. So could you talk a little bit more about when you get on base, what is it that you're trying to do to like throw the pitcher off so that let's say you're in St. Louis next year and you've got Lars Nootbaar, Paul Goldschmidt, those type of guys hiding behind you. What are the type of things you're trying to do on the base paths to make their lives easier as a hitter?
Well, what I've heard from a good amount of pitchers is just when I get on base, it's another thing they have to think about. So with that being said, it kind of takes like the direct focus away from the hitter, and they're now more liable to make a mistake. So if they make a mistake with Lars or Paul Goldschmidt or Nolan Arenado, it's probably going to end up being an extra base hit or a homer. So just kind of having like that element into it, and then kind of to tie it all in. If I'm on first base and I end up on second by stealing a base, now I'm in scoring position. So kind of account for more runs batted in, more RBIs, more runs scored, more production ultimately for the team.
Yeah. So we've got a couple, we've got obviously our chat going on in the stream right now too. So we'll pepper in some of these questions as well. Sarah wanted to know, who is your favorite baseball player? So maybe someone you look up to who's playing today, or as you were growing up, who was someone you emulated your game off of? And then do you have a favorite NFL team?
So I answer the first one. Well, the second question first. But my favorite NFL team is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not doing too hot right now.
Yeah.
But hey, y'all root for somebody, you know what I'm saying? So for the first question, I watched Andrew McCutchen a lot growing up. So my dad was from Pittsburgh, so I ended up watching the Pittsburgh Pirates a lot. He was their center fielder, and I wanted to be just like him growing up. So I watched a lot of his games, kind of just admired the way he played the game too. So that's kind of who I idolized growing up.
Yeah. And another question here from, I'm going to go in from Jeff real quick, and then Andrew, you're up too, is how have your ball tracking skills improved since college? Because that's one of the things that when people watch you nowadays that we marvel at, is just your ability to track down balls from center field and your elite defensive ability. So what have you done from transitioning to college to the big league level to help with that?
Just learning. So in college, I was at first a physical education and kinesiology major. So with that being said, I learned like the study of human movement, body language, and how I tied that into baseball was reading the swing. So being able to understand swing mechanics, where would the ball go if it was made contact, if it was like a middle away pitch or a middle in, like what would that have to look like flight wise, body positioning. So kind of understanding that and understanding the why and the purpose behind reading swings kind of really allowed me to prepare myself in anticipating where the ball would go, getting that first step. So that's kind of how it developed as I got to pro ball, just really understanding the swing, how the game works, where should the ball go, and to be really like essentially running in the direction before the ball is hit.
Yeah, that's really cool. I wanted to touch back on the last question because Andrew McCutchen just re-signed with the Pirates today. So I'd love to see you guys share the same field together. That'd be really cool. That's always a cool moment. The same division and also that would be really awesome. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
So Victor, I just wanted to ask, I know a lot of players. Awesome. Sorry about that. Some
you good.
Weird stuff with my audio going on. But I know a lot of players take pride in different aspects of their game. What for you is like your favorite thing about your game as a player?
Probably speed.
That's awesome.
Most definitely speed. That's like it's just fun for me. It's fun to run around, get out there and just move fast, and hopefully people enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, you're electric to watch. I really enjoyed watching you with Springfield this year. So did you play any other sports growing up as well where like that was a big factor?
I did. I played basketball and I played football. Played football for 1 year in the 5th grade. Kind of wasn't my thing, but I really loved basketball. So I didn't really like get into super tune with baseball until like my sophomore year of high school. But I could have told everybody that I was going to be in the NBA because I loved it so much. So that was my thing. Basketball was definitely my thing.
So what led to you like choosing baseball then, I guess, at some point in high school?
Yeah, my dad sat me down one day, and mind you, my parents aren't super tall individuals, but they sat me down one day and they told me like, what do you think you're going to be most successful in? Like, I'm not going to be 6'6", I'm not going to be 6'7", 8. So baseball was my route, and I'm not necessarily like a Spud Webb or Robinson. So I'm like, yeah, baseball is my route for sure.
That is so
Yeah.
cool.
So something that I thought was interesting that maybe we could circle back on is last time we talked, I kind of assumed or was wrong on this. I believe I'm getting the order of this right. That I was thinking third base was a harder base to steal, and I think you said it was actually easier out of the two from third and second base. And could you explain a little bit more about your philosophy when you're on first base versus when you're on second base and you're trying to swipe that next bag?
Right. So first base to steal second is it's pretty much a race between me and the pitcher's time to the plate. If the catcher makes a good throw, hats off, great throw. But it's between me and the pitcher. It's almost like a dance. So depending on like what the pitcher's tendency is, depending on what his time to the plate is, normally a 1-3 and under, I'll kind of look for tendencies to help me out to get the best jump possible, essentially. Then when I get to second, hopefully when I do, then I'm looking for head turns. If he's locking in with the catcher before he picks up his foot, is he looking at me as he's turning? So kind of things like that I'll know prior to the game, like what kind of guy he is, and then it'll allow me to essentially just get the best jump as possible. That's all base stealing is about, is just having the first step on the pitcher, and then kind of just staying low throughout the whole process to get to either second or third base.
Yeah, so that following that up, here in St. Louis, we have who I think is the greatest defensive catcher of all time, in Yadier Molina. He just joined the staff. So my question for you is, do you think you could steal a base off of Yadi in his prime? And if you did, how would you go about doing that?
Yes, I think I could, but I would need a really good jump, because his throws are on the money. So the better the jump, the better possibility it would be for me to essentially swipe it. But if I didn't get that jump, man, I think I'm walking back to the dugout. So
I'll never forget that Colton Wong stolen base off him when he got to the Brewers, and Colton took the second base bag and took it home with him afterwards, because it's just like he stole off his old teammate there. I'm sure it'd be a little bit easier now with the new rules as well. It'd probably be a little harder in 2013, 2012 to steal off Yachty, but the rules definitely help with base running a little bit more as well.
Does anybody remember when I think it was Jose Siri in spring training kind of like wagged his finger at Yachty when he tried to pick him off at first, and then Yachty took him off by like 8 feet or something? But
incredible. Seriously,
Victor, love the confidence. We honestly cannot wait to see you tearing up the base paths at Busch. I mean, we know it's probably coming really soon. But to get there, there's still a lot to be done. What are you working on right now this offseason besides adding power to your game like you talked about earlier? And then how do you think that'll translate in spring training?
Another component that I'm working on is essentially consistency. No one kind of wants like a fluke year where it's like the excitement builds up and then the same results, or if not better, are not happening. So I'm really working on just consistency, being able to kind of continue to define who I am as a player, stick to that, just on all facets of the game, especially hitting, but also with defensive work, just being routine, just hitting the glove, being able to read swings, still practicing those things, but just continue to go about it as a professional.
Yeah, it's crazy to think like the jump you've taken in the last 365 days, especially even within the organization. And now you're consistently viewed as a top prospect in the Cardinal system. A lot of people are speculating you'll be a top 100 prospect when most of these prospect lists come out as well. John Mosaic was just talking to Tom Ackerman on Sunday and specifically mentioned they're really excited about you, and Flo reminded him, Randy Flores, not to block you, that you've got a lot of upside and you're a guy there I see a lot in. So how has this last year been, going from you weren't a first round pick, so you weren't necessarily coming in with a ton of pedigree, and now you're a guy that fans, the organization, people around baseball have their eye on?
Yeah, I mean, it's been honestly truly a blessing. The main thing is just I feel like none of this would have been possible without A, being without A, God, B, being healthy. So I can definitely attribute to being healthy to the athletic trainers in the Cardinals organization. They're unbelievable. The body preparation that they give you, the workouts, even like the recovery components of everything, they just lay it all out, and it's just at that point it's up for you to, or it's for you to do. So like with that being said, those two things just help me stay on the field and allow me to kind of prepare myself in the player who I'm becoming, who I am now.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so we know about your ability on the field, and we're really excited about that. But something that you also do is you make music off the field. And so you just dropped an album, Heart Controlled by Strings. So can you tell us a little bit more about where people can access that album? And then do you have any goals as an artist?
Actually coming into it, I didn't have any goals. I just did it as like therapy. It was therapeutic. It was for like meditation purposes, just allow me to kind of pass time sometimes. But to answer your question about where you can find it, it's on Apple Music, Spotify, all platforms, Pandora. If you just type in Heart Control by Strings, Argo, you'll be able to find it. But yeah, so it just kind of was like a way for me to vent and outlet. So I wasn't necessarily bottling up, just thinking, or just allow me to kind of express the way I feel through some tunes, pretty much.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I want to plug Sai's question from the chat. He asked, what was it like getting called up to Springfield mid-season? So could you tell us a little bit about what that experience was like? How did they go about telling somebody, hey, you're going up to the next level, you're going to be playing, tougher competition?
Normally I feel like you have like almost like a date that's set depending on how you're performing. So like I just know from my personal experience, we were in Quad Cities, and I actually wasn't doing that well this series. But when it's your time, it's your time. So the manager, Patrick Anderson, he pulled me aside, and the hitting coordinator was also there, Russ Steinhorn, and then they gave me the news that I was going up to Springfield, and I kind of felt like that feeling, like almost like in your chest, like a feeling of joy, pretty much. And I was like, all right, it's time to take the next step. So it's kind of how my reaction to it was.
Yeah, that's incredible. Something that David asked coming in is, are you working with any major leaguers, or have you worked with anyone specifically on your ability, or like just continuing to develop your ability to steal bases? I know you connected with Vince Coleman back at the Futures game. Is there anyone else that you've talked with about the art of stealing bases?
Yeah, major leaguer wise, Vince Coleman and Willie McGee have been like probably the most highly touted base stealers that I have spoken with about it. As for coaches, Patrick Anderson and we talked a whole bunch about it in high A. Jose Lahair in Double A, the manager there, talked a lot about reading tendencies and being able to kind of identify those things. Michael Butler, who I train with here back at home, he's like the performance guy here. But we talk about a lot of like just first step, acceleration, getting into positive shin angles. Sorry if I'm sounding so like sciencey. It's just kind of like
it's great.
But
yeah.
But that's kind of like talked about. So just understanding that also helps to put yourself in better positions, to steal bases, to be successful, to be efficient, those kind of things.
It's so cool to talk to someone with this kind of like expertise. I mean, you're just such a student of the game. I love when you sounding sciencey like that, because that's something that we want as fans. We want to hear the thought process, the exact stuff that goes into being that kind of player. One more question from the chat. We want to respect your time. Just thanks so much for joining us again. But Heart of the Order asked, when you get called up to the bigs, who's your first call?
Definitely my mom or my dad. Hopefully they're together at the time. But yeah, hopefully they're in the same room. But definitely I'll definitely call my mom first.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Family first. They're they mean a lot to me, so it'll definitely be them.
Yeah, it's incredible. And again, we were excited. We know it's on the horizon, whether that's opening day, whether that's a little bit sooner into the year. We'll see what happens with that. But Victor, again, thanks for coming on, man. We're rooting for you. We're excited about all the work you did at the Arizona Fall League this year. We're excited to see you in spring training. Best of luck in this upcoming year, man. And we can't wait to see what happens.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me.
Of course.
Thank you so much for joining us.
So guys, again, you can go ahead and at the very top of here, there's a pinned comment where you can donate on things as well. And we've got more guests coming throughout the night. And so we're going to do another giveaway here soon in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much to Victor again for hopping on. And again, we've got guests coming in and out throughout the live stream. So you're going to see people popping in and popping out, which will be awesome. But if you want to donate to Big League Impact, there's the pinned comment on here somewhere. And you can click on that link and go through there. And then we'll continue to do with that. So anything from Victor you guys want to like process a little bit before we have our next guest come on?
I mean, I just want to say St. Louis has such a rich tradition, like the Cardinals do, of like just base stealing threats, you know, guys who can go out there and steal a bag. And, you know, a couple years ago, it was Harrison Bader and Tommy Edman, but, you know, farther back in kind of like my parents' days, you know, Lou Brock, and then a little after him, obviously you had guys like Ozzie Smith, and my mom talks all the time about Vince Coleman. And it's just so cool to see Victor Scott, like the next great base stealer who's going to continue this tradition.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens with center field because it seems like Tommy Edman's entrenched there as the starter going into opening day, and then we'll kind of see what happens throughout camp. And so we've got Josh popping on right now as well, which is exciting. So Josh from the Triple Play podcast, how's it going,
hey guys?
man?
Hey, how's it going?
It's
going
good.
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Oh man, this is awesome. It was fun. I really like Victor Scott, man. That guy is going to be a stud. I'm pumped about what he's going to be bringing to the game in just a year or so.
Yeah. Anything you want to ask Victor while he's on here?
Well, I was listening. I'll tell you what. First of all, any guy that admires Andrew McCutcheon has to be okay, right? I mean, he's a stud. I like him, and I thought the Cardinals should have got him a long time ago. So I'll just drop that right there. His leadership, and I can tell you, my co-host when he's on here, Scott, also has high likes for the guy. So we both have talked about McCutcheon a ton. And I don't know if there's anybody in the game that doesn't respect him, both in his game and his approach and just his personality. So what a really cool guy to admire. So Victor, I'm excited. I don't really have a question for you other than the fact I can't wait to see you on the field at Busch Stadium. I'm going to try to be there that day that you're there. So.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. We're when they told you earlier that we're all pumped, it's no doubt, man. It's been a while since we've had a real base stealing threat, and you're the real deal, man. There's very few of them out there anymore, and the art that you've really mastered is just admirable. So we're excited. So
for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. How? Just a side note. Is there any expectations on your side as you look towards Busch Stadium? I mean, are you setting a timeline or any bench posts that you're trying to hit to make it there? You know, whether it be via spring training or starting the year out in AAA.
I didn't necessarily set a timeline on when I wanted to get to the big leagues. I was just hoping that potentially it could be this year, depending on, of course, like my performance and what I could bring to the team, you know, if and when need be.
Well, we know you're going to bring a lot to the game. It's just a matter of when. The rest of us already know that.
Right.
So, you know, you play with the same confidence that you did this last year, you'll be up in no time flat if they even sent you down. So I'm excited to watch spring training.
Victor, is there anything that like going into the offseason that the major league coaching staff or maybe even the front office is like, hey, these are things we're hoping to see from you coming into the season that would progress you down the line? Or is that something more as you're just working with the AA coaches and you're working with the minor league development system that's just the usual track? Or is there something that they're like, hey, if we see this in you, that potentially could be the game changer for us?
No, not necessarily. Just with like on the minor league side, just continuing to build bat speed without necessarily having to change my swing.
Yeah.
Victor, I wanted to ask one more thing. Center field is one of the toughest positions to play on the diamond, and it's also one of the most valuable. Every team needs a great center fielder, and the Cardinals have had a lot of trouble finding consistency in center field in recent years. I know last season they started off with Tyler O'Neill, and that didn't work out super well. Dylan Carlson, Lars Nootbaar have played a little bit of center. Now Tommy Edmonds found his way out there. So what for you, like, when did you start playing center field? When did you know that you were going to be a center fielder for sure? And then what can you do to, like, know that you're going to be a consistent center fielder, you're going to be able to be a linchpin for years to come?
Right. I'll just tell you kind of like a quick backstory on why I chose center field. But my dad would take me to the park, like a local park, as any like dad would do his kid, and he would hit me fly balls from left center to right center to left field to right field. And if I didn't catch the ball, he would make me do 50 push-ups. Or if I in range even close enough to the ball where I could lay out, mind you, I was 10 years old. It would be push-ups, or it would result in sit-ups or burpees or some kind of exercise. But he would kind of like make me do this, and it kind of like built character and made me take pride in center field. So it made me feel like, okay, look, I'm not really like a guy to shy away from the competition. Like, if he's going to challenge me to do it, I'm going to catch the next ball so I don't have to do 50 push-ups on the next time he hits the ball to me. So it's kind of like it was just kind of instilled in me as I was a young kid, and that's kind of how the love for center field came about. But
that's awesome. Yeah. Well, again, Victor, thanks for coming on, man. We really appreciate you giving us some of your time here. And we're excited to see, what's to come for the rest of the year. Again, you can see his music over on Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your music from. So you can watch him on the field, but you can also listen to his music as well. He's got his latest album, Heart Controlled by Strings. So you can just look that up on there as well to find him on there. You also find him on Twitter. He's all over the place. So thanks again, Victor. We really appreciate having you.
Gotcha. Thank you all for having me again.
Yeah.
Hey,
thanks,
blessings, buddy.
Thanks, Victor.
Thank you so
we're
much,
about
Victor.
to do our next giveaway, I think, in the coming. So if anybody wants to donate to Big League Impact, we've already received so many donations, not really sure what threshold to hit, but we're already at 580. Our next goal is to get $1,000 for them. It's the pinned comment in the chat. So you click on that link. It leads you to GoFundMe, and you can donate as much or as little as you want. Any amount is appreciated, and any amount will be entered to win one of our giveaway items, which we have right here. I think we're going to do another banner next, right? That makes sense.
I think so. Yeah. We'll do that here in 4 minutes. So again, if you've entered in earlier than that, you're still entered in. So any of the donations you put through is awesome. Again, this goes towards Big League Impact, and they do incredible work globally and even locally as well, to help people get resource, whether it's for clean water, housing, food, education. We talked about the story with Wainwright and Mauricio Dubon earlier, which we can talk about that again later as well. But let's talk with Josh here. We've got Scott Slyke, who's going to be joining him as well. They do the Triple Play podcast over on YouTube. So Josh, tell us a little bit about yourself. And then I really admire and think the vision of the Triple Play podcast is really awesome. So can you explain like what makes your podcast unique and what listeners to this could expect if they hop over on your podcast?
Okay, well, a little bit about me. Grew up mostly in the St. Louis area, and a huge Cardinal sports fan. In fact, my first game was the '82 World Series.
Wow.
So I got to see the '82 World Series, my very first Cardinal game. My dad told me to tell my first lie ever to get into the stadium. He said, tell him that you're 5, because I think it was 5 and below. You could get in free and sit on your parents' lap. So I think I was like 6 or 7 at the time. I just remember my dad was such a strict person that was so wild for my dad to tell me to say that. But we got in. We were at the very last row. His company giving him tickets, and I sat on his lap and watched the '82 World Series. And after that, I never looked back. I was very blessed. I know a lot of people watching this probably know some guy named Albert Pujols. I went to church with Albert for 11 years, and I did everything from being his gopher at times to just playing basketball, golf. He's a great guy. I got to hang out with him a ton and be a part of a Christian Family Day. Did that for about 6-7 years, mostly trying to helped them as they reached out to the different organizations. Part of their mission was to bring underprivileged children down to the ball game to watch a ball game, get a free hot dog and drink, and then hear these players talk about their faith. So got to do that. And along the way, got to meet some guy with a burly face, and I think he just popped on, and quickly became good friends, and he's a good brother in Christ. And so over time, we've developed a great friendship. We now go to church together, and through God's providence, and I can just say that's what it was. Started this podcast called Triple Play, and Triple Play, we have three emphases, and that's sports, faith, which we kind of on purpose put that as the center, because that's kind of the center of all things, and then culture. And so we love to just talk and have great, honest conversations. We've had just a bunch of different folks on. I mean, it's just been great getting to know different people from different backgrounds and hear their stories. And just like you guys just had Victor Scott on, we enjoy those kind of conversations, getting to know what inspires them, what made them want to become the athlete they became, or the person they became. And so that's been part of our mission and who we are. So, hey Scott, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I've been trying to figure out if I could guess what the question was this whole time.
What do you think it was?
I came up with nothing.
Well, I don't know how much Scott needs an introduction for a lot of you guys, but Scott, we asked Josh to introduce himself a little bit and tell us about the Triple Play podcast. But Scott, can you just tell us a little bit about you, and then maybe what your career looked like before what you're doing now, and then also your connection to the Cardinals through maybe a family member of yours? A lot of tee-ups there.
Yeah. Well, who else we got? We got Andrew, we got Sandy, and then I know you, Josh.
One other thing I gotta say is I'm actually at the gym, so I got a couple of good friends here that are here checking out too, man. They're
awesome.
Hey,
don't you know, Scott? This guy right here.
What kind of gym do you go to where guys got to wear sweatshirts in there? Can we get some heating?
All he wears is White Sox stuff. I don't think the guy has anything. Every day he has a White Sox jersey or shirt or shorts on. In fact, forever I didn't even know his name. I just called him White Sox.
Ask him if you liked Juan Uribe.
You like Juan Uribe? Oh yeah, he said yeah.
He's a White Sox fan.
I like Slyke being Slyke. You won the Sandy World Series. Yeah, you had a lot of pop in your barrel, man.
Well, I appreciate it.
Fan of you since the John Burroughs days, brother.
Oh yeah.
And your dad's got the best crow hop of all time.
Yeah. Well, you know what? People that went out of style. People don't even crow hop anymore.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Good to see you guys be healthy.
Hey, you guys.
They want to say hi real quick.
A little bit about. Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yeah, we got you good.
All right, cool. All right, let me know if I get too loud or too soft. Yeah. So I played baseball for the Dodgers for about 13 years. I ended up going to the the Reds, then the Marlins, and then I finished in South Korea in a bang. And then I was done with baseball. And now, a couple of years later, I work at State Farm. I do insurance, commercial insurance, whatever kind of insurance you do. And I also do the podcast with Josh. And the connection, Cardinal connection. You want to talk about Cardinals connection? I grew up in St. Louis, and the reason is because my dad played for them for a few years. But even when he got traded to the Pirates, I mean, we would come back here in the offseason. So, I'd be bugging him to go to Winterfest and do all the Cardinal stuff, and he's like, "No, we can't do that."
That's awesome. Well, we can't help but talk about you've got this Dodgers connection, and Dodgers have been the team of the offseason right now. Andrew is maybe the biggest Shohei Ohtani fan in the entire world, and so his heart has been somewhat crushed, but at the same time, he didn't go to the Cubs, so that was helpful.
That's good.
But what did you think of the Ohtani to the Cubs signing, and then? Like, I don't know what's the allure of the Dodgers for? Oh yeah, Andrew, sorry, you take this question. This is all you, man.
Yeah. So, my heart wasn't really crushed. I have the Dodgers cap now. I'm somewhat represented.
Stop it.
At this point, but,
I meant you wanted him in St. Louis, so there's.
I mean, yeah, of course, but Dodgers, obviously, really well-respected organization. Just wanted to know, like, what about that organization like makes it so special, and would draw the $700 million contract that he was offered by like
Yeah.
3 or 4 other teams. What would make Shohei Ohtani, a player like him of his caliber, choose LA?
Well, I think first you have to start with the Japanese culture and what happened in the 80s and the early 90s with all the imports that came to LA. So there's a history to begin with Japanese players in LA, Asian players, really. I mean, Korean, Hunchi Kuo. I mean, there's been a bunch that have gone over there and signed. So that helps having a little history. And then just what they've done the last 10, 15, 10 plus years, I think adds track record to history in the current situation. So there's a little bit more confidence boost like this, this organization spending, they're winning. I'm almost guaranteed to be in a playoff, during my contract. That's not a worry for him anymore, I don't think. So there's a lot of checks he can cross off the box with the Dodgers on top of just organizational standpoint. Like they do everything really well. They scout who they're going to sign based on like personality and if people are going to like them. So they start with a good core of guys, and then as they work up, that I think plays into the big leagues, having guys that are been in the organization doing it the Dodger way. And so it's I mean, if you can think of a reason why he went there, it's a good reason, and it's probably better than why he would go anywhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, I think we should do a giveaway. So we're gonna do
Josh and Scott, every 30 minutes we're doing giveaways, and so anyone who's donated is entered into this. And so again, if you're in the chat right now and you're listening, again, this live stream is to go toward Big League Impact, and so we have a pinned comment in here where you can go to the GoFundMe. It's directly linked to them, so all the money you donate goes straight to Big League Impact. If you donate anything, you'll be entered into all these giveaways. And so Bally Sports Midwest was gracious enough to donate different items to us that Andrew has in his room right now, and so Andrew's going to do the next giveaway here.
Awesome.
All right, so we're giving away this Tommy Edman banner. Oh, sorry, there he is making a nice play. And we're going.
Is that life size?
Oh, little small.
I'm joking. He's actually a lot bigger than he looks on TV. Just
yeah.
So you know. Sorry, I interrupt you, Andrew. Go ahead. Promotion. Get your giveaway. Sorry.
All right, so our Ben Puckett has won this Tommy Edman poster. So if you want to send us a DM on Twitter with your mailing information or send us an email, we'll put that again in the chat. But just send us a message and we'll get that sent out to you as soon as we can. All right, let's keep going.
So Scott, anybody you're still connected with the Dodgers right now? And then if so, what's like the vibe right now that they have Ohtani, they have my favorite, the guy who was wanting all offseason, Tyler Glass now, and they're in on Yamamoto. They're just having the offseason. Looks like they're about to have the offseason of the century here. What's the vibe in the LA clubhouse?
Well, if I'm on the team, it's good vibes. Maybe if you weren't going to make a trip out to Dodger Stadium to do some workouts on the actual field and use the facilities, you might, schedule a time to go out there, because I think it sounds like Shohei's out there kind of full time using the facilities, getting used to the town and doing all that. So, I mean, it's been something that started like 2011 and 12. I think they started getting serious and started thinking about free agents, and they started bringing in, Adrian Gonzalez and guys from Boston. It's just a continuation of what they've been doing. And I think that the people that own the team's businesses are doing really well. So I think that plays into them being okay spending money.
Well, and I would even say that for Ohtani, it was a real natural because he's staying in the same place he is, just for a much better competitive team, along with the fact that all the trainers and all, I've heard several things mentioned, but apparently a lot of the trainers that he's working with in the offseason share time with the Dodgers. So, again, that seems like it would be a very natural fit for him. That why wouldn't you want to be in the same town but go to a winner?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a great point. I mean, he's going to go to the playoffs a lot. I think Josh Josh Jacobs, sorry, and there's a little two Josh.
That's okay.
But he put out a poll recently about like under over for how many World Series the Dodgers will win. I think he said it at 2.5.
Yeah.
During the Shohei time, like they're gonna do some winning. It's inevitable at this point.
Well, think about this. Kershaw is going to be coming back eventually.
Yeah.
And he was not bad. And think about it. The guy pitched incredible with an injured arm. Okay.
Yeah.
So
he's the best pitcher
you insert him with that, with Ohtani coming back next year as well. I mean, being able to pitch in another year, that they're going to have maybe the best 5 pitchers. I mean, they basically will have 5 guys that are all 1-2 type guys across the 5. I mean, that's going to be really scary. So,
and that's not even considering the depth that they have. Like their farm system is always good. They have a bunch of good young pitchers. So,
and then you've got Walker Buehler coming back from injury. Dustin May just added Tyler Glass now. Like when people say they're desperate for pitching, I know they need like certainty right now, but I'm also like, come on, like how many guys with some of the best stuff in baseball do you need before you're not desperate for pitching anymore? But whatever. Josh, something that was really cool to me when we hopped into St. Louis and I did your guys' podcast is just all the incredible stories you have, man. So what are like 2, like if someone was asking you, tell me 2 like of your most iconic stories. I know you told me one about Albert Pujols is a Lamborghini one time, but like what are 2 like really fun stories that you've had that are connected to the Cardinals in some way that people would be like, what? That's incredible.
Well, I have so many weird stories, but I remember a really cool one when we were doing Christian Family Day was Adam Wainwright that must have been his, I don't want to say it was his rookie year. I think it was his 2nd season. But his wife was pregnant, and I mean, she was real close to being due. And something that just really stood out. I mean, you guys brought up Wainwright, and one of the things that really stood out about him, and really, I mean, I was already a big fan. I was excited. In fact, I had a conversation about JD Drew at that time to Walt Jocketty, and I thought that trade was centered around Jason Marquis and Ray Keane because we needed him. But he very quickly clarified that was never the case. Wainwright was the center of that trade. He saw what Wainwright became what he foresaw. But that being said, I was in that dugout right after the game, and I knew Albert was going to be there, and there were some players going to be there. But one of the things that really stood out, it had to be 102 degrees that day. It was brutally hot. It was a July game, brutally hot, and Wainwright comes out with his wife into the dugout, and he refused to. They both wanted to be there to share their faith that day. And I just thought that was a really, really just a cool thing about Wayno that I really appreciated. About Albert, man, there's a lot of different stories I can say about Albert. I mean, one of the things I will always thought was cool is I never saw him at church turn down an autograph for a young person. But when it came to adults, he was always respectful. One of the things he started at our church was a thing called Manly Night. And once a year, he would bring in himself and, like an Andy Bennis or Mike Matheny, a few other players. And he would bring barbecue in and basically share his testimony and what God had been working on in his life that year, maybe a lesson God had been teaching him. And his, he was, quick the first year, but by 11 years, it was interesting because he really could talk quite a bit. I mean, it was really amazing to watch the transformation in front of a crowd by year 11. And obviously now he's on TV. And I remember those early years when he was nervous and would get up and talk maybe 3 to 5 minutes. And then after, by the end, he didn't have a problem talking 20, 30 minutes and talking about what God was teaching him. But, and what was always cool is that it was usually like the things that our church were being challenged with, we, one year we had to make an A to Z list, and it was like name A to Z things that you would attributes of God. So, like he's almighty, he's beautiful, he's courageous, he died for me. And you go through the whole A through Z list, and he did that. One year we prayed through the Beatitudes, and he did that. So it was cool to see him connect with the church that way. That even though he wasn't always there, that he was participating in what people were challenged to do per se. But,
he was there when he was there.
Yeah, exactly. So it was really that was really cool. And during that event afterwards, he would sign as many autographs until his hands hurt and couldn't sign another one for anybody in the church and anybody they want to bring. And that's what I was trying to go with, was he intentionally did an event every year so that anybody, hey, during church and all, let me and my family do worship. Unless it was a kid, he would never turn out a kid, but he kind of let it know throughout the church that anybody that needed an autograph or wanted to bring a friend, that was the time, and they could get an autograph, and he would also have it. Also, they would get a chance to hear the gospel, which I always thought was really, really cool about Albert about that. So yeah, so there's a couple of stories. I got plenty of others. I mean, the Lamborghini that.
Tell that one real quick. That's crazy.
Well, the short end of it is that Shaq talked. So Shaq did a show.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal did a show called Shaq Versus. And that year, he basically was the year that he signed with the Miami Heat. So, and they just won the championship. So he signed and won the championship that offseason. He did the show called Shaq Versus, where he took on the top athlete of each sport. So he did like Michael Phelps for swimming. He did, I can't remember, for tennis. And he took on Albert Pujols for the home run hitting contest, in which they went out to T.R. Hughes Fields in St. Charles, and he had, if you guys remember, Ludwig. So Ludwig worked with Shaquille O'Neal during the spring, All-Star break on his hitting for a day or so, and then they did this home run hitting contest. And one of the things during that he did is Albert, that spring training was when he signed his first major contract, that $300 million 8-year extension. So when he did that, he finally had a little bit of money. So and Shaq talked him into buying a Lamborghini. It was a silver Lamborghini. We'll never forget it. And so the following year, Albert was doing, I think it was like his second or third year for his charity. And I got a call from the head of his foundation, Todd, great guy. And he knew that I'd been to Albert's house before and had watched it there a few times for him. And he asked me to do a personal favor. They had a guest who was showing up, but this guest didn't want to be taxied. Back then, we didn't have Ubers yet. So this guest didn't want to be taxied, and he needed somebody to pick him up at the airport, but they needed this particular guest wanted to be picked up in a Lamborghini. So I get to drive Albert's Lamborghini to the airport to pick up Shaquille O'Neal, who actually flew commercial, just so everybody knows, and great guy. He was fun. He harassed me during the golf tournament a little bit because I hung out, and he gave me a signed jersey by everybody on the Miami Heat. So he was absolutely a fantastic individual, and just a fun memory that I have, and I will always cherish that opportunity that was given to me. So but. Yeah, you get to have lots of cool stories, just like with that guy Scott, right next to me. I'm sure he's got a couple fun stories. So,
oh man,
like,
everybody's got stories. Everybody's got stories. Josh got stories. Danny's got stories. Andrew, everybody got stories.
I know, but you got to caddy for Joe Pesci. Come on, man, how cool is that guy?
Caddy for Joe Pesci.
That's incredible.
He was wearing cut off jean shorts and a white wife beater, and one of those like gangster like little mini cap things, like a little bowler cap. It was weird. He rocked.
Yeah, and who got to play as a kid against Ken Griffey Jr. in the atrium of a hotel during the All-Star game?
Wow.
Yeah, it was Ken Griffey Jr. wiffle ball. I think it was like 2 hours before the home run derby contest. He was like on his way out, and we were in, and he's like, what are you boys doing? Because we were playing wiffle ball in the lobby, the big atrium, and he didn't know who we were, but
that's crazy.
He found out and stuck around and played with us.
That's so cool.
That is absolutely nuts. I'm still stuck thinking about Shaquille O'Neal like fitting into a commercial airplane, right? Like what? It's tight for me, and I'm like barely. I'm 6'1" on a good day, so that is
just first class, right? No,
that's
fair. That's still small.
Yeah,
still small space for him.
He was a fun guy. Well, imagine fitting in a Lamborghini too. Here's the funny part. I didn't know where to put his bag. Like I never drove in his Lamborghini. I was scared to death I'm going to wreck this thing, right? So I literally grabbed his this big duffel bag, and I'm like, I know the engine's not in front, and I believe it's in the back, but I'm not going to make a fool of myself because I've never, I didn't take the time. I mean, I kind of just went to the house, grabbed the car to go get them. So long story short, it sat in my lap. He actually drove us back to the golf course because he looked over at me and said, "Hey, son, you know, I had you bring this car so I could drive it." So I gave him directions back to the golf course. And credit to him, he didn't speed. I was afraid that we were going to get
How
pulled
old
over. I was going to
Shaq?
explain.
Ooh,
I don't know. He's
Like
a little older than me.
50 or 60? I don't.
I think he's gonna be in his
45.
50s, maybe,
It
because
is-
he.
I'm just
Yeah,
thinking like you're 50
Yeah.
and he called you son, but you guys are probably the same age back then.
Yeah, but he's much taller than me, and I
He's a
looked a lot
giant.
younger back then too. You know,
He's a
so
little giant.
he is.
Unreal.
He is. So
That is so crazy. But Scott, one weird connection that Andrew and I share with you. So you were drafted out of high school in 2005 from John Burroughs. So Andrew and I are also John Burroughs grads. We graduated in the class of 2021, which is kind of crazy.
wow.
And it gets even weirder. So I was a member of the John Burroughs School Bible Study, JBSBS.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if you know who Zach Fay is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He goes to our
But
church.
yeah. He's been leading that forever. And so we used to meet at your dad's house,
Yeah.
right by Burroughs, and he made us the best banana pancakes.
Oh yeah.
So
He's a
I
big
just wanted to
breakfast
throw that
guy.
in there. Yeah, and I think you might have been in the same class as one of my cousins or something, like just crazy stuff.
That's wild. I mean, Burroughs is a small community, but that's
Yeah,
people do some things out of that school.
yeah, for sure.
That's cool.
So one thing I wanted to ask about, I know a lot of players, like especially in other sports, right? You don't have guys drafted out of high school very often, but being drafted out of high school, what did that look like to decide to go sign with somebody being drafted in the 14th round? What made you make that decision? I know it's a long time ago. And then what's it like being, 18 and all of a sudden you're playing minor league baseball?
Yeah, it was a lot. I mean, I knew I was going to get drafted. I didn't know when. I didn't think that people would draft me after the 5th round just because I had told them, like, if you don't draft me in the, if I'm not your top 5 guy, I don't want to be drafted. I'll just go to college. So when the Dodgers drafted me in the 13th, I think it was the 13th round. I don't remember. I think it was 13th. They did it was the last year of this. It was called Draft and Follow. And Draft and Follow is that they could sign you and still legally watch you come out, send scouts. So that's what they did, and they ended up signing me. Remind me of the question again. I'm veering off in a.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. It's kind of like, what was it like to be an 18-year-old or 19-year-old done with high school, and then all of a sudden you're playing minor league baseball?
Yeah. So the biggest jump obviously is like your parents are taking care of you. You got meals.
Yeah.
Nobody's asking for bills, and so then when I went to it was rookie extended ball in Florida. So I went and signed, and you're immediately with like grown men that have been in college for 4 years that have like scruff on their face and like telling you about these protein powders they're doing, and you're still like 18-year-old high school kid in your in your mind. So it's like a shock that okay, this is a real thing. Like that 22-year-old knows his time is short. Like he's a serious person. So just the social dynamic of like you have your few friends in high school to like, here's 130 people in a facility. Like, figure it out, kid. That was a big one. That was a big test.
That's just crazy.
So just like little things like that I'm sure everybody has those little things when you go to college, like having to do your own laundry for the first time, maybe like just little things that just stack up over time. It's wild.
That's a lot. Quick question. If you had gone to college, where do you think you would have gone right after?
Well, I'd signed to go to Ole Miss,
Okay.
University of Mississippi. So that's where I would have gone. I don't know if I would have gone there and made myself a better person down the road, or I don't know what a college done for me. All I knew is I was playing summer ball. I was playing Legion ball that summer when I got drafted, and there was like this is part of my decision. Part of the decision I signed is because there was like a month and a half gap between. It was like when the signing date was like July something, and then college baseball picked up in like, I don't remember what it was, like kind of in the fall when you could start doing baseball again. And so like I didn't want to miss that month and a half of playing baseball, so I just signed so I could go from playing Legion ball to playing baseball again.
Wow.
So
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and ask a story that I think a lot of people might be familiar with. So, in the postseason, you were with the Dodgers. You were playing against the Cardinals at Busch Stadium, and current Dodger, formerly number 17, Joe Kelly, and you had a standoff after I think during the national anthem or after the national anthem. So, can you tell us about that story, and then also, growing up as a Cardinal fan, what was it like to like play at Busch Stadium against the Cardinals, especially in like those playoff moments?
yeah, that was so 2013 we were playing 2014, 2013, I can't remember the exact year. Playing the Cardinals, and there was like a newspaper clipping about how patriotic Joe Kelly had been the whole year, that he like made it a point to be the last one out, and like it was really weird because the story wasn't like a story. It wasn't like it's just silly. I mean, it's a silly story to be the most patriotic, but it was like in the clippings of like the city that we would just be in. So we'd like go play Colorado, and it would be like a little thing like Dodgers or the Cardinals lost to the Rockies, whatever, but Joe Kelly kept his whatever for being on the like being patriotic. I was like, that's ridiculous. Like this guy's getting all this street cred for being patriotic. I'll go out there and show him how patriotic someone can be. I literally won't move until he moves. I don't care. So that's what happened. Went out there, and I would have left, but everybody started screaming that they'd pay my fines. That it, we got other pinch hitters. You'll be, we need you. Stuff, So it was a good time.
Oh, that's incredible. And it makes it even more funny now because Joe Kelly's personality showed out a little bit back then, but obviously over the past few years, he's done the like sticking the tongue out at the Astros, and he's his own animal now. So that's really awesome. I'm just looking at your baseball reference page a little bit here, and like 2013 and 2014, you were killing it at the plate. You had a 157 OPS plus in 2014. So like you weren't a slouch. No, you were no slouch at the plate. That's what I was trying to say. Words are hard. But like obviously your career ebbed and flowed in different ways. What was it like to go through, especially because baseball's a game of failure. So what was it like to go through the day in and day out grind of having amazing seasons, having poor seasons, having great weeks, having bad weeks? And I know you've talked about your faith a lot too. So like I'm sure that was probably a big part of that story too. But yeah, tell us a little bit about the grind, the day-to-day of the highs and lows of playing Major League Baseball.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, you mentioned Major League Baseball, but before I was in the major leagues, I was in the minor leagues for 6.5 years. So you learn a lot about failure in the minor leagues. So when it was good in the big leagues, I could enjoy it. When it was bad, I also knew that that's baseball. There always has been, as far as my history has told me, there's always an upswing. So like, you're hitting 140, like, okay, when's the 400 week coming? That's just kind of how you think in baseball. And so, I know my dad was Andy Van Slyke. He had an awesome career, all-star, Gold Glove, but that hype wasn't attached to me. Like I had the potential. I wasn't very fast. So there's just a little things that I needed to be way better at to make up for my lack of mobility and speed and quickness and all that. And so it took me a while to figure out that was going to be just hitting the ball where they can't catch it and far, whether that's doubles or, long singles or home runs. It wasn't going to be on base and all that until later on when on base got dumped on people as a good thing and all that stuff. So slugging and on base, but so learning that and then getting to the big leagues and having the successful year, it's great. But then, 2015, I'm back to planet Earth. 2016, similar thing. And I think, that just kind of wears on you. Like, I had 13, 14 grade. I'm still the backup guy. I'm still, hanging around. So I don't know how many careers that go 7, 10, 15 years that are just straight up backup guys. I mean, it gets exhausting to do all the work that everybody else has to do and then maybe not play that day. So it adds up, and then they're a little bit less patient when you get injured and things aren't working out. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just wanted to quickly welcome Lynn Worthy to the podcast here. Thanks for joining us on stream, Lynn. We are so excited to talk to you as well. Again, we have just an incredible guest lineup tonight. So we're going to be transitioning here in a little bit. I wanted to ask Scott one more question. So, before we went on here, I was looking at your numbers a little bit, and I saw your luscious beard from your playing days. But you came on, and it's better. It's aged like fine wine. I want to ask, what is the beard care routine? I've been trying to figure it out, right? I can't get anything like that. How do you do?
Stuff in here.
Well, I will say oil is not overrated. I think it's rated appropriately. Use oil. And then also do not use plastic combs. You use brushes. You think about the little bristles, spiking a little bit of growth, agitating, that kind of stuff. So use a brush.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. I'm taking notes here. So, I mean, if I could ever produce that someday, that'd be incredible. But seriously, guys, Josh and Scott, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody, check out Triple Play. If I'm getting this right, it's sports, faith, and culture.
That's right.
That's it.
So yeah, go check out their stuff. Seriously, it's awesome. I've been listening to some of it lately. They just provide great commentary on the game, but also they link it to, faith and culture, which is just an incredible viewpoint. And then the stories they provided, it's just the tip of the iceberg for the expertise they share. They've got great energy. So thanks for joining us so much. We have enjoyed this so much. We're going to be transitioning now to Lynn, but yeah,
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys. Thanks for what you're doing for the impact. And we need more people to step up and help out with charity. This is a good thing. So.
Thanks, Josh. Look forward to talking to you guys again soon. See you guys.
See you guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Well, like Josh said there, again, this stream where all the proceeds tonight are going to Big League Impact. So you can see the pinned comment in the comment section. Again, we're doing giveaways throughout the night as well. So anyone who donates to this to the GoFundMe for Big League Impact will be entered into this giveaway. So we're going to do one real quick since we're doing it every 30 minutes. So Andrew has a hockey jersey, Cardinals hockey jersey to give away.
Yes, so we're going to randomize again, and the winner is K Gurley. So let us know in the chat or DM us on Twitter, send us an email. I'll put that in the chat with your address, and we'll get this sent out to you as soon as we can.
Awesome. Well, again, Lynn, thanks for hopping in, man. We're really appreciative of you coming in tonight, especially in a busy off season for you. So how have things been for you so far as the Cardinal season's concluded? The off season's been in full swing.
Oh, things have been interesting, as the Cardinals go here, trying to put together the team for next season. Still, I guess, actually, by the time we go to spring training, it'll just be about a year for me being in St. Louis. It's been good. It's been good. I was having fun listening to some of the live stream earlier before I hopped on. So, but it's been a cool off season just as far as, still settling into St. Louis and getting used to how the Cardinals are doing things and trying to figure out what this is going to look like for next season after, obviously a out of character season for them.
Yeah. So I believe you're covering the Royals before this. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So what has that transition been like over the last year, coming from covering Kansas City for a while to St. Louis, and especially during such an odd year like this? Like, of all years to pick covering the Cardinals, you picked probably the worst season to start. So what has that transition been like, just life-wise to St. Louis, but then also covering a team that's just been all over the place?
St. Louis, it really, because I've moved around a bunch. So, to go from Kansas City to St. Louis, is probably one of the, maybe not the shortest, but one of the closest ones in terms of just I grew up in Massachusetts and worked at the paper in upstate New York, Pennsylvania, Salt Lake City, Kansas City. And so to go from, I didn't even change states this time. So this is, I just drove a couple hours. So, but it has been interesting just, dealing with, you get to a new sort of newspaper covering a new team and new division. You don't realize how many things you got used to until you start doing everything different, whether it's, like the teams that we used to always see in the division when I was covering Kansas City, and like, you know, that group of visiting writers or the you know, the play-by-play people, all those people you got to get to know, switching it over and get to know new people here in St. Louis. So it's all been fun. It's just been you know, sort of like, I guess, like you say, a little bit of a transition, just getting to know some new people. That's why certain things like, you know, like the winter meetings a couple of weeks ago was always cool because everybody's in the same place. So you get to see everybody who you've sort of, you know, seen here and there throughout the season or over the years. So, but yeah, it was an interesting year. It seems like by the time we got to July, I started making sure I pointed out to people like, you know, well, it wasn't, you know, just me. You know, by the time we got to the end of the season, I'd be like, well, you know, the Royals actually had a decent record a couple of years that I covered them, so I'm not taking the blame. So
that's awesome.
Oh,
well, it's just so good to have you in St. Louis, Lynn. You put out some incredible stuff. And now, as some long-term viewers of the show will know, or long-time viewers will know, Andrew is the Ohtani superfan. Josh is the Glasnow superfan. And I am the resident Sonny Gray superfan. I'm the president of the Sonny Gray fan club. And I've just loved the stuff that you've been putting out lately about him. You've written a couple articles since he signed. I just want to ask, for those who haven't had the chance to read your work, what made Sonny Gray such a great fit for the Cardinals, both on the field and off the field?
Well, I think on the field, the fact that he's an innings guy who they know they can count on for quality starts. I think last year was 184. It was 184. It was somewhere between 182 and 184. I think is what his inning total was. He's a veteran guy, so you have an idea like, you know, what you're going to get out of him, as opposed to like, you know, one of the younger guys that, you know, hasn't been through it before. He's not a, you know, super high strikeout guy, but I mean, he's I think he was right about a strikeout an inning last year, if I remember right. I'm not looking at the numbers in front of me, but I think he was. If it wasn't like 9 on the dot, it was like right around that.
Yeah.
Per 9, that is. And so he's also, you know, really good at not giving up home runs last year. I think it was that and fielder independent pitching. I think he might have led the league or the majors in both of those.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, best in baseball.
So I mean, for the Cardinals, I think the big thing you've heard John Mozeliak talk about was just the idea of, you know, they being able to count on innings out of their starting rotation. They felt like there was a trickle down with the bullpen last year, where you just had too many starts, where, you know, you had your bullpen getting worn out too early, having to go to it too often throughout the season. I mean, I feel like there were, you know, especially early in the season, there was just a lot of sort of non-competitive starts that they had. And I think they feel like that sort of impacted their bullpen throughout the season. So that's why, like, you know, Gray, Gibson, Lynn, that group, and the fact that they got it done so quickly, I think was, you know, that was a definite sign of how they felt like things went wrong early on last season, as far as the shortcomings of the starting rotation and how that trickled down to the rest of the pitching staff. And then off the field, I mean, I think, you know, like the story I wrote there, talking with getting some insight from Rocco Baldelli and just sort of what, you know, who the manager of the Twins, and some of what Oliver Marmol had to say about Sonny's personality and how they feel like it's going to fit in with the clubhouse and the staff that they have now. He's just he's one of those old school sort of like bulldog type guys, but he's also a guy who seems like he really cares about, you know, having an impact on teammates, on the pitching staff as a group. So it's just one of those guys, like, you know, a veteran guy that, you know, you probably expect him to be one of the leaders, at least in some effect, as far as the pitching staff and maybe even the clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, that's so cool. Everything I've heard about him is just like, he's someone that loves baseball. He hates losing. He loves winning. And he's someone that's going to impact your team, whether he's pitching or not. He's going to mentor those young starters. And that's something the Cardinals really need. They have so many young starters who could all end up being really good at some point. Obviously, you've got Liberatore, you've got Zach Thompson, and then guys coming up too, between Roby, Hentz, McGreevy, Jerby. These guys are going to come up at some point during his time here. So that's very, very exciting. something else about Sonny Gray that I've heard is he's kind of considered a student of the game. And I know we use that term a lot. I would use that to describe Victor Scott, who'd just been on here tonight. He was getting into the science a little bit about what he's been doing. Sonny Gray is somebody that's always tinkering with his game. He's changing his arsenal year over year. Last year, he introduced a sweeper, or he didn't introduce it, but he started throwing it a lot more. He brought back his cutter. And I mean, changing himself, redefining himself as a pitcher, it's worked really, really well for him. And even after years in which he's had a ton of success, like 2019, where he, I think, should have had much more Cy Young support than he got, he ended up making big adjustments again, and it worked in his favor. After a year like last year, do you see him continuing to redefine himself as a pitcher, continuing to make changes?
Well, I think when it comes to some of those veteran guys, like they're always tinkering because as you get, I think part of it, just from, things you hear from different guys or just, talking to different guys, like I think part of it is, as you get older and just, you go through different changes, like, maybe there's things that you realize you're getting better at or you're getting worse at, or you sort of have to adjust. Some of it might also just be, the league having so much, seen you so much and so much familiarity with you. And I think those guys are just always constantly sort of like tweaking things or trying to change up their look or, realizing there's things that they get better at, or you just get, different feedback from people. I think Sonny talked a little bit about, I think in that opening press conference about just sort of like knowing who he is as a pitcher. And I think he didn't say it specifically, but I feel like some of that goes back to, when he had sort of the down period there when he went to New York. I think, I want to say it was on the Foul Territory podcast you heard. I think it was Kratz was talking a little bit about that, about like, some of the feedback he was getting from the pitching coach there. And, I feel like, just things that happen along the way, change how guys approach things. And then that, affects how they pitch and how they, go about, tweaking different things as far as how they approach the game. So I would expect him to, continue doing that. Heck, in that press conference, I think it was Benjamin Hockman, one of our columnists, asked him about things he could get better at, and he just starts taking the baseball and like showing grips and talking about like this and like So I don't think he's a guy who's going to all of a sudden just say, "Yeah, I'm done," trying to change things up.
I love a guy that's always honing his craft. And he, like last year, he threw at least 6 pitches 8% of the time, which is just like unbelievable to have such a large arsenal like that. You have a lot of guys, especially these days, that are trending towards just like fastball slider. So to have a guy like Sonny Gray who does all that. But when he's doing all that, it's tough for fans to know, like, what is his out pitch? What do you consider Sonny Gray's like best offering or his best weapon, and the pitch he's going to go to that people are going to know, okay, like this is where he's getting somebody?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Having only seen him like, here and there, I'm not sure. Obviously he had so much success with that, the sweeper or if that's what you want to call it. But but I think it's going to be a matter of just sort of, what's best for the situation, the matchup, that sort of stuff. But I'm not sure if there's one, but I know obviously coming off of last year, the sweeper is one that I think is going to be in the back of everybody's mind. So it'll be interesting if that's sort of the way he goes, or if he plays off of that and something else becomes more effective because that's what people are looking for. We'll be interested to see.
Yeah. And then this is my last question about Sonny. Sorry. He is like my number one offseason target. I am so excited. I immediately went out and bought a jersey, and this is probably a formality, but like as things stand right now, he's got to be the opening day starter and the game 1 starter in a playoff series.
I would guess opening day starter. I guess, that would be my guess. That obviously, that's, months away from us actually even probably asking Ollie about that. And then playoff series, you would probably guess that too. Because that's a whole lot of ifs and thens, and then also just, things lining up because you might have to, pitch guys on certain turn just to make sure you get in the playoffs or, I think if you're able to line things up as you want, then that would probably be the case. I mean, they're going to open up on the road. I was going to say the only thing I would wonder about, I mean, Sonny makes sense, and I don't know that it would actually be a question or not, but I just wonder if it had been at home, whether or not there'd be any sort of like leaning towards, a guy like Miles who's been here and who's sort of the holdover type guy who actually started last year when it was took over because it was going to be Wayno, but it's on the road, so that's not really part of it either. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a long ways away from opening day, but yeah, that would be my guess, I would say.
Awesome. Oh,
yeah. So I'll jump in here. Hopefully Sonny Gray is not the opening day starter. Sorry, Sandy, but I would like the Cardinals to add another starting pitcher. Well, you think Yamamoto's not going to start over him?
Oh yeah, he probably would, but we don't know if that's possible.
Well, yeah, we just had Jim Hayes on earlier tonight, and he broke something down. That's talked to Lars Nootbaar earlier this evening, and Lars Nootbaar told him that the Cardinals very much still have a chance of signing Yamamoto, and apparently Lars has been pushing for it a little bit. So, do you think there's any chances of the Cardinals acquire him or another top tier starting pitcher later down the road this offseason?
So you're saying there's a chance, huh? That's where we're at.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much of a chance I would say with Yamamoto. I mean, I don't have specific information on that. I would say if what sort of has been floating out there about the dollar figure makes you probably a little bit skeptical that if they're talking about upwards of a $200 million deal, whether that would actually be something that would work out, but I don't know for sure one way or the other. I wouldn't necessarily count on it. I know, even as recently as the winter meetings, it sounded as though starting pitching or adding another starter wasn't necessarily on the front burner. It sounded more like adding a relief pitcher was going to be the next order of business, and I thought that could happen, fairly soon, based on the last the interview that John Mozeliak did on Sunday with KMOX. So I'm not sure that something like Yamamoto is in the cards. And it's also interesting. It's one of those things that's tough to gauge too, because there's still so many teams that are looking for starters. When you think about, the Yankees are still like going into the offseason, they probably need to add multiple starters. The Dodgers have obviously added some, but of course, Shohei's not going to pitch this year either, too. So the Red Sox still looking to add starters. The thought was probably the Orioles are going to look to add starters. I know they have some internal type options, but so there's still a bunch of teams out there that are probably looking to add starters. And still haven't really seen a whole lot of movement at the top of that, the high profile names. I mean, Nola stayed where he was, Sonny, and obviously Glasnow wasn't a free agent, but there was the trade. But I mean, you still, nothing yet on Snell, Montgomery, it's Yamamoto. It's going to be interesting just to see how these things unfold. But yeah, I wouldn't say that the door is closed as far as adding a starting pitcher, at least from what I can tell. But I don't know that Yamamoto's in the cards. But if Lars says they're still trying, then I guess they're still trying.
Yeah, and trying versus succeeding in a market of $300+ million at this point seems like very different things. So we'll have to follow that and see what happens with it. Do you think there's maybe more of a likelihood on the trade market than if they were going to add a starter? It feels like, especially if they're going to be potentially adding a bullpen arm or two through free agency, that they would potentially look more toward a trade for ex-starter Dylan Cease, Jesus Luzardo, whatever someone's favorite name is. Do you think if they're going to add a starter, it's more likely via trade, or do you still think there's potential or equal potential for it to go through free agency?
If I had to guess, I would think probably the trade route might be more likely. I'm not sure how likely. I would guess, like I said, if I had to guess, I think maybe that's more likely. But I'm not sure if that's something that's likely for them to do at, right now they feel like they have to do, or if it's like, okay, they're going to go forward with the group they have, and then as you get into the season, get closer to the trade deadline, they revisit. I also feel like, because people sort of said, well, they moved so quick to add those pitchers, but then thought there was more coming. I also felt like by adding the 3 pitchers they did as fast as they did, it sort of gave them a chance to be a little more, I guess, put them in more of a bargaining position as far as whether it's trade or free agency, because to me, at least, just looking at it from the outside, if you go into they were going into the offseason, said they need to add pitching, had 3 rotation spots open. And then whether you was talking to a free agent or a trade, whoever you're dealing with knows that, they sort of got you over a barrel, as opposed to now they feel like they can go forward with these 3, and they sort of have the, can walk away from the table sort of situation now where they can hold out and, go forward with what they got. So I think that puts them in a position where they can do, either and still feel comfortable and don't feel like they have to give up something they don't want to give up in order to make a deal happen. So I think that's also, part of that, part of the importance of them getting those guys done the way that they did.
Totally. And we saw examples of that last offseason on the trade market when they're talking to the A's about Sean Murphy or the Blue Jays about Danny Jansen, and some of the crazy, like Blue Jays wanted Lars Nootbaar, Brenden Donovan for Jansen, and A's wanted reportedly like a Brenden Donovan, Lars Nootbaar for Sean Murphy. And that's because everyone in the world knew they needed a catcher. So they had to go the 5th year with Wilton Contreras. So that's a really good point. When they come back to trades now, they don't have to meet that asking price. They have their people in place. We want to jump to a couple of listener questions as well as we're going through here. And so Jeff wanted to know if you noticed any big differences between covering an American League team versus covering a National League team.
I mean, nowadays with the DH, obviously, I don't know that it's that crazy different. I think for me, the biggest difference was just, the teams that you see on a regular basis. I mean, obviously, whether it was earlier talking about the division that you see all the time, or just, the teams that you probably saw some, I was going to say, if I'm trying to remember if I went to some ballparks that I haven't gone to before, but I don't know if I did this year. Because I think I'm only down to a couple now that I haven't been to. And I think there's a couple of them that I did not go to this year too. So, but I'm trying to think I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know if the differences I would say were really so much related to American League, National League, as much as it was the teams that you're covering, the teams that you're seeing on a regular basis. And then also just, more so just, going from covering, a Royals team to covering a Cardinals team. It's probably more of a difference than National League, American League to me.
Yeah, so I was about to ask that. So when you compare covering the Royals to covering the Cardinals, I mean, obviously you could talk about this team success is a big difference, and so maybe that's the biggest thing you notice, but is there anything even between availability or the way that the teams conduct themselves and the information they give out? Like, what are some of the differences you've noticed from Kansas City to being with the Cardinals or covering the Cardinals now?
I think one of the biggest things, at least because I wasn't there when they won, like when they went to the back-to-back World Series in 14 and 15. So when I was covering Kansas City, it was after that. But so far here in St. Louis, the biggest difference probably is going to be just the fact that, like they're a lot of, whether it's fans or whoever, like a lot of the atmosphere around the Cardinals is they're expecting to win. I mean, like in April, it was already getting rough, like when things were not off to a good start. I remember, I think it must have still been April. One time we were in the clubhouse in Busch talking to Nolan Arenado, and he even said something along the lines of like, it feels like things get way out of hand early. And it wasn't, I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the exact quote. It was something like, basically acknowledging that like you can feel the pressure early on because they got off to a slow start. And I don't remember that being something that I noticed in Kansas City. Definitely not in that way, at least. Just at least from my perspective. And then as far as just the day-to-day stuff, I think every place is a little bit different. I'm trying to think if there's like a big difference. I think, and part of it also probably because I covered the team for as long as I did, but like, Dayton Moore was the head of the baseball operations in Kansas City. Probably talked to him more than us as a group probably talked to him more, from what I remember at least, than we probably have with Mo. But yeah, that's. And I'm trying to. I couldn't put a number on how many times we talked to Dayton because Dayton was probably a little bit more informal sometimes, and then also just the rest of the front office too. Whether it was JJ, who now is JJ Piccolo, who's now the head of baseball operations with Kansas City. Like when he was an assistant GM, or at one point he was the GM under Dayton as baseball operations guy. Like just interacted with him probably a little bit more than. Some folks here, but again, part of that might also just been because I've been around longer and have gotten to know them a little bit more. But yeah, there's probably some other things I'm not thinking of right now. But those are the things that come to mind, at least at the forefront.
That's awesome. It's really cool to hear about that. You mentioned going to different stadiums, and like I put this in the chat. I'm embarrassed to admit this. I've only been to one stadium to actually see a baseball game, which is kind of crazy. I've only seen a game at Busch. I've been inside Tropicana, but I didn't see a game there. It was for like some Christmas thing. It was really weird. But I was wondering, like, what are your favorite stadiums that you've been to, and then what are the couple that you haven't been to, I guess?
So of the ones that I haven't been to, and I keep forgetting what every time I try and list them, I always feel like I'm forgetting one. But I know a couple of them are actually in the divisions. Like I still haven't been to Milwaukee yet, and I still haven't been to Cincinnati yet.
Okay.
Milwaukee's roof might cave in at any minute, they say. So I'm pretty scared of that place.
Yeah, those are two of the ones that I've never been to. I think up until this year, I had been to Philadelphia, but I hadn't actually been there for a game. So I think I was there once a bunch of years ago. Like I covered a series there this year, so I had definitely seen games there now. But years back when I worked in Pennsylvania for like a little less than a year, I did a lot of minor league baseball. But the guy who covered the Phillies, I think, had just come back from like a long road trip, and they'd been working like 2 weeks straight or something like that. And so they had draft night. And so they had me go cover draft night. So I was there in that ballpark, but there wasn't a game. It was actually they drafted Mickey Moniak with the first overall pick that year. I remember that draft night. That was the only time I'd been to that ballpark until this year. And then Dodger Stadium, which they'll open up next year. So that should get knocked off the list as far as places that I've never been to at the beginning of next year. That might be it. I want to say, because I hadn't been to Colorado until like the last year in Kansas City, I think. Yeah, I hadn't been there. San Francisco, I hadn't been to until like a couple years. I think it might have been that same season. So I think it might be down to like 3 or 4. This is where I always feel like there's another one that I'm missing that I haven't been to without looking at the full list.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, one follow-up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Is there any stadium that you like don't like going to? I mean, I feel like the Coliseum's not great. Tropicana's not known for being great. What's your like least favorite stadium experience? It's okay to say Wrigley too.
I don't know if there's one that like I just don't like going to. Tropicana is actually really easy as far as like a media standpoint to get to where you need to get to and get there quickly. So that part is like functionally, that's really good. For whatever reason, every time I go there, I just always look around. I'm like, it doesn't feel like a ballpark to me.
It's really
so
weird.
Like it just and it's not just the indoor thing. I don't think. I think that's part of it, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't feel like a ballpark to me. The indoor thing sometimes is a little bit weird, but like I don't get too weird. Like when I've gone down to Houston, I think I'm trying to remember if I've been there with the roof open. I think the roof was open like after a game, but I don't know if they actually had it open for a game that I've been down there. Been to Arizona. Those ones aren't. The New Texas one was kind of weird. Not bad, but like I remembered walking around the first time I went there and feeling like there's parts of that place where you could be walking around like on the concourses and stuff like that and almost not feel like you're at a ballpark, like or like, you know, not realize you're at a ballpark because you can be sort of so removed from where the actual playing field is. It's like they put this playing field in the middle of this big, like sort of like small type thing because they got so much stuff on the sides and they got meeting rooms and like conference rooms and all this sort of stuff. You actually walk around there. So, but yeah, I don't know if there's one, like I say, that would just be like, I don't like going there. It's just different feels to different ones. And I mean, like the first one ballpark I ever saw a baseball game at was Fenway. So that's kind of cool just because like I know that's one of those ones that like it didn't really hit me until later on that like that's one of those ones that people that, you know, is on the sort of their list that they want to go see. And it's like, well, that was the place that like, you know, because I grew up in Massachusetts where I would go see if I was going to go to a big league game. Wrigley, I'd gone to a couple years ago, and I didn't cover a game there until this year, but I did see a game there probably in 2018 or something like that. So.
Yeah. Well, we want to respect your time. Oh, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I've only been to 2 stadiums to games, St. Louis and Toronto. So I mean, I guess next time people track my flights there. But I've also been inside the team's Vegas stadium. But yeah, hopefully I plan to knock off Dodger Stadium at some point this season because that's I'll always have to go see Shohei. So
according to Morosi, Andrew's going to sign a big deal.
Oh yeah, I mean I was actually on Toronto at some point. So unlike Shohei. Yeah.
I kind of thought you were going to go to the Dodgers to watch Justin Turner or something. I didn't realize it would be Shohei.
No, actually, I'm going to the game against the Reds. I'm going there to watch. They have a really exciting shortstop prospect that I'm really excited for.
Oh.
I hope he's good. Like I don't know. Everyone says he is. So.
Ellie. Well, Lynn, thanks so much for hopping on, man. We just appreciate you joining us and all the insight you had with this. And so good luck with the rest of the offseason as well. And we'll be following your coverage as the season begins as well. So thanks again for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Nate.
Well, again, real quick, we're hitting the 30-minute mark. And so every 30 minutes, we're doing giveaways. And so we want to go ahead and plug that as well. But first, we have Brenden Schaeffer jumping in with us as well. So, Brenden, how are you doing tonight?
Doing good. I still see Lynn on the screen there, too. Hey, what's up, Lynn? How we doing?
What's up, talent?
I knew that was coming.
He's waiting to drop that on you.
I was going to say, should we tell him the backstory there?
Well, I mean,
yeah, we have to now.
Yeah. Well, the backstory is you can go ahead, Lynn, if you want to tell it.
Well, all right. So in spring training down in Jupiter, they gave us all, the credentials, make sure that that you're not just letting anybody walk in. And so almost everybody had, and this was before we had the baseball writers ones, right? I think
the writers cards were in the mail. We were still waiting on the cards to show up.
Yeah. So you had these Cardinals ones, and they were most of them were designated like, if you were, a writer, it said media on it, but then there was a few radio people, right? I think that they had, I'm trying to remember, did anybody else have the same thing? Yours, his said talent on it.
Radio
talent. Yeah.
It would say talent because I'm a writer, but for a TV station. And so they put talent on there. And this has been my moniker for Lynn ever since.
Yeah. So, I was walking around and I was just like, wait a minute, like we all just say media. I said, but he's got talent. Right. So I'm just literally walking around the clubhouse one day. I'm going like, look at you. I said, media. Like I go like Katie, media, Derek, media, John Denton, media, me, media. And then I said, oh, talent. Oh, well. So we just regular old media over here, but talent. So he's been talent ever since.
And this was something that 3 people knew about. Now the internet knows. So. There we go.
Funny.
There we go.
Perfect.
I feel like now I can sign off now that we've got that up.
Yeah, you stayed just long enough for that, didn't you? Special.
That's right. That is right. My work is
I'm
done here.
so glad. I'm so glad. Well, thank you for dropping that on us. So let's give a different intro and instead. We'd like to welcome Brenden for the talent to the podcast now.
Oh, no.
And
Don't make that a thing. Oh boy.
well, seriously,
All
thank
right.
you.
Time to do a giveaway, right? Oh,
We've been doing those every 30 minutes. And so, again, if you're in the chat, you can look for the pinned comment. It'll send you directly to the GoFundMe, which goes straight to Big League Impact. And if you give any donation tonight, you're entered into all these giveaways. And so if you gave one earlier, you're still entered. But if you haven't already, go ahead and hop in on that. Andrew, I don't know what this next giveaway is, so it's on you.
yeah, we'll do this street sign. I don't know what's on here. Oh, it's Molina. Okay, cool. Whoever we pick will win the street sign. All right. Maybe use the passing button for that.
The passing button for that.
Okay, Sean Ditterline, you have won the Yadier Molina sign. Send us an email or DM on Twitter. If you're still in the stream, we'll announce the winners on Twitter again later, and we'll reach out to people that way. But yeah, on with the show.
Sweet. Yeah, and you guys can continue to give throughout the stream. We really appreciate it. Big League Impact does a lot of incredible things throughout the world, and so we've been talking about that throughout the podcast. We'll continue to talk about it during this live stream. But Brenden, it's been a busy offseason for the Cardinals so far, coming off a crazy year. I follow your podcast, B Shape Daily, so I've gotten bits and pieces of your opinion on things. But for everyone who's in the chat right now, what has been your perspective of the Cardinals offseason to this point?
Well, I feel like they had a plan that they wanted to execute quickly to set sort of a foundation for the coming season. The bottom dropped out on them in 2023. We all kind of know the way that story went. And so I feel like they looked at it and said, okay, what's the way that we can guarantee that doesn't happen again, or at least go as far as we can to do so while being efficient with the money that they're spending, et cetera. And I feel like they started with kind of working in reverse, started with the bottom of that rotation and said, let's stabilize the floor. And so you go out and get a Lance Lynn, you get Kyle Gibson, guys who are, at least the way they look on paper, they're going to give you a bunch of innings. What are those innings going to look like in terms of ERA? Might be on the high side, in the high fours, into the fives, perhaps. But I think it could end up looking different than the 5s or 6 ERA guys they had last year, where you might get a good number of starts from these dudes. They go 6 innings, maybe even 7 innings, give up 3 or 4 runs. And yeah, the ERA is not going to be too kind to that necessarily, but it's going to stabilize the floor in terms of staying within that game. How many times did the Cardinals just get blown out last year? By the 2nd or 3rd inning, you thought this is over. The offense cannot be expected to battle back here. I think they're trying to, you can't eliminate that, but they're trying to find a stable floor where the bottom doesn't drop out and they don't just completely lose themselves within the early portion of the season so that they're chasing the record the rest of the way. Getting guys for the rotation had to be step number 1 with that. And so that's kind of what we've seen them do so far. Yeah.
What do you think about their floor now? Because I obviously, outside of Sonny Gray, none of the moves were really flashy so far. And so you look at Twitter and there's a lot of frustration about it. But I think you make a really good point about the quality of the innings and the types of innings they're getting now. Instead of a 6 ERA guy from a guy who's giving you 3 innings to start, you're getting 6-7 innings out of a guy. What does that do for the team's floor? Like, what do you think the team's floor is coming into 2024 as things stand right now?
As it stands right now, and I've said this recently on podcasts, I feel like they need to do a little bit more on the pitching front in order to really get where they want to go. But I feel like the floor is already better with where they are now. And obviously, the caveat is if you have a ton of injuries, that can completely tank the thing. But assuming just like a regular amount of injuries, I feel like right now on the lower end would be kind of around that 80 win total. Like, and that might not get people super excited, but I also think they've got more that they have yet to come. And for me, that's kind of the median. You could also paint a really rosy picture and say, hey, the guys that they picked up, Lance Lynn, he's going to be more like he was the rest of his career rather than last year. And you're going to have health throughout your rotation, and Sonny Gray will repeat, and Miles Michaelis is going to bounce back kind of more to his norm that the Cardinals and Cardinals fans have expected of him. And then bullpen guys maybe get a little bit better health. I agree with what Mozeliak told Tom Ackerman over the weekend with regard to the back of the bullpen. Guys like Helsley, Gallegos, and Romero is a good start. So I feel like there's a stable floor there. And if you can just project a little bit on the offensive side, You can probably have a top 10 offense as they're constructed now. I think they've got to be a little bit closer to top 5 to really compete the way they want to. But yeah, I think the floor right now is about 500. Not to say it couldn't be a little worse than that, but I think reasonably that's their floor, and there's definitely room to improve upon that even without additions. But I think in order to expect playoffs, they still need to do a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll talk a lot about the pitching throughout this because that's the theme of the offseason, but specifically the offense here. Obviously, Nolan Arenado trade off in the second half, but how much of that was because they're out of it and his injuries? Goldschmidt had a weird year. Contreras was great down the stretch, but then you had some injuries to Gorman and Nootbaar. How are you feeling about the offense, and do you expect them to take a step up? They were right around top 10 before the Brenden Donovan injury anyway, so I feel like that's a pretty realistic expectation. But what do you think it takes for them to go from top 10, 11 offense to get into the top 5 and be a legit unit?
You know, I think across the board, you would want to see guys be a little bit better. Guys like Goldschmidt and Arenado, I think, would probably tell you they want to have better seasons. You look at a guy like Goldschmidt and you say, oh boy, he's age whatever he is, mid-30s. That probably means that the end is nigh and he's about to tail off. I really don't believe that necessarily has to be the case. And it doesn't necessarily, it's not based in data, this opinion, but it's more of a vibes check where, like, we all know the vibes weren't so good last year when you're in last place and you're constantly chasing your own tail to try to find it back. That can be like an exhausting mindset for a clubhouse. I think that's what have permeated everybody. And across the board, you can make the argument that it made everybody perform at a lower level than they otherwise would. If the vibes are great, everybody can kind of feed off of that and you see improvement. I think the really interesting part offensively, like Arenado, Goldschmidt, those guys should be there. I kind of think Nootbaar will be there. Right field, you want to get more from Jordan Walker. You want health from guys like Nolan Gorman, Brenden Donovan, but I think health assumed they're going to perform well. What does it look like? And Wilson Contreras as well. I think you can count on him offensively. Shortstop and center field. Those are the two spots that I'd be looking at to say, what do you get offensively from Mason Wynn? Is it enough that you can devote Tommy Edman to center field on a more regular basis? If so, what do you get offensively from him? Is he going to be kind of more league average the way that he has typically been? Or is there another gear to his game against right-handed pitching in particular? That same thought can be applied to Dylan Carlson as well. So, like, I think across the board, you've got, again, a stable floor with these guys, but who hits their ceiling, how many of them hit their ceiling can kind of determine where they go.
Brenden, I love that analysis right there. You're all over my Twitter feed, though, and I feel like you pride yourself on being kind of a rationalist, right? You know, someone who's honest about things. And so in the chat,
are we talking Cardinals baseball or Mizzou football? Because that there might be a distinction.
No, I get that. I get that. Yeah. No, I'm a Baylor football fan, and I thought they were going to win 8 games this year. So I know a little bit about being an irrational college football fan.
There you go.
But okay, so the chat, they want me to break the news to you. Jim was on earlier. Jim Hayes. It's nothing actual news. There's some crazy comments that were made. And look, I want him to be right. And he was talking to Lars Nootbaar himself.
Okay.
And he said that Lars says there's a chance that they get Yamamoto.
Still,
I mean, what do we think? I've been quote tweeting every single day that we need Yamamoto, but it's not going to happen. Tell us a little bit about that.
Look, I mean, Jim and Lars, man, that connection is clearly very, very strong.
Yes.
That's super funny. Look, I think it's possible, but also if you want to take a look at like what the Cardinals have prescribed as what we perceive to be the budget, we know they don't want to touch the luxury tax and getting into any sort of penalties like that. There are other ways you can do that. Obviously, we learned the Dodgers found a nice little loophole for Shohei, but I think it's possible the Cardinals could be looking to make a major addition in terms of starting pitcher. Like I believe, I forget the name of the podcast, but I think Tyler Glass now kind of mentioned in passing that the Cardinals were maybe interested in trying to trade for him. So like that tells you that knowing what he's going to be paid this year, that it's not completely off the books, that it's impossible that they would do something. But we know that Yamamoto is going to get term as well, not just like the average annual value, but he's going to get a lot of years.
Yeah.
So there'd have to be some creativity. And to me, it would almost require a trade of maybe somebody like Steven Matz or other money that we're not looking at to say, all right, they can make the financials work a little bit more. I don't think it's impossible, but am I expecting it? If I put a % on it, it's like below 10 that the Cardinals would, because we know it's a competitive market, right? Some of the teams on either
is amazing.
That's
people
still
are
pretty
after
good.
this guy.
5%. Yeah.
I
Anything
mean, that's
better.
below 10, so that would give you a single digit number.
Sure.
Let's
say
say
5%.
7%. I'll give you
That's
7%.
aggregate,
That's
Sandy.
great. I love that. I need
Sandy's
to
trying
know
to
what that
aggregate
means
right
very
now.
much.
I would have loved to have 7% if we had Brenden on before the Osani signing, and I got to ask him the question that I asked everyone before last week. But it's okay.
Otani, the number would have been lower in terms of a percentage, but
0 from the very beginning.
Yeah, it kind of seemed that way. And then you see 700 million, you go, oh yeah, that's probably why. Yeah,
no way. I think another thing that's just like kind of going underrated about this, even though like obviously I think all of us would be head over heels if they went out for Yamamoto, is I mean, before the offseason, it was 150, 175 people were talking, maybe 200, but the people saying 200, it wasn't that common. Now we're talking over 300. That's like 120% increase on a six-figure or nine-figure contract already. And that's just unheard of. Like I was trying to go back and look at guys that have been in the high $100 million range that had that much of a percent increase in projected contract in like 5 weeks. And so I'm curious how realistic it would have been if it stayed in that range or in the 200 to 250 range, because that's well beyond what the Cardinals have done before. But now that it's 300 plus a posting fee, like I don't blame them for being out on it. But it hurts because it's like now I feel like it would have been more realistic. We could have gotten a better pulse of where they're at with this top of the market pitching if it stayed lower. And now that it's so high, they kind of have that back of their pants card, I guess, whatever you could say, that okay, went too high for us. But outside of Yamamoto, what do you think are the chances that they go after someone via trade? I know that's something that a lot of people have talked about since the Sonny Gray, Kyle Gibson, and Lance Lynn signings, is that the trade market might be the other route they go. What's your kind of vibe on that right now?
I mean, I think it depends on a couple of things. It depends on their stomach for trading away people that could potentially help their team this year. Because with some of those names, and like throw some names out at me, Dylan Cease is a popular one. Do you guys have throw some names out if you've got them?
Jesus Uzardo, I feel like that's been
that'd
one
be
that's
another
out
good one.
recently.
That one's interesting too, because you got Skip Schumacher there, who he'll have his opinions on who from the Cardinals he would covet, and so there, I feel like it would make sense that you could get a deal done along those lines. But if you're the Cardinals, it kind of always comes back to those middle infielders, right? That's what it seems like in our world. Maybe the Cardinals internally are like, no, people keep talking about this, it's not going to happen. Although I would say that they haven't done a ton to necessarily quiet that down by saying, well, we got to wait and see what our roster looks like before knowing who's going to play second base. And that was kind of an Ollie Marmol quote from the winter meetings.
Yeah.
Do they really want to trade any of those guys, though? And when I say middle infield, I am counting Edman within that, even though I don't necessarily think that Tommy Edman can be mentally utilized in that way if he's going to be the center fielder, because that completely changes his role as to how the Cardinals are going to view him via trade. But like Donovan and Gorman, those are two really valuable, talented players. I really don't know the answer if you went across baseball of who would be considered the more valuable guy via trade. It's kind of interesting because when you talk to people, they're like just casually, you're like, yeah, man, I really just don't think the Cardinals should trade Brendan Donovan. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of where I am. I think he's really valuable to the team. And it's like, but Gorman, of course, has more trade value. So maybe that's the guy that you trade. I'm like, but if everybody says that, does Gorman have more trade value? Or is that, you know what I'm saying? Because if it's just the assumption that everybody says, I'd prefer to make sure they hang on to Donovan, and Gorman has more value anyway. Well, if everybody says that, I don't know what the case would be. Maybe it's a very comparable but different types of players is the way they'd be viewed.
Yeah.
But are you willing to give up one of those and then tell a team like the White Sox, yeah, we really want Dylan Cease, you can pick the pitching prospects that you want? Because I don't know how much you could start protecting guys and saying, well, not him, if you're talking about an upper caliber. And I do believe that Dylan Cease is that type of arm. I'm not so much on the idea that Shane Bieber would make as much sense via trade, because I think you're paying for the name more so than what you can expect the production to be. But yeah, it's like, what's your stomach for trading from your active roster guys that you think will help you in 2024?
Yeah. And I think
two guys I really like. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Two guys I really like via trade are probably not going to be available, but I feel like the Angels should rebuild, and Reed Detmers and Patrick Sandoval are two guys that only have a couple of years left on their deals, and no one really talks about them.
Reed Detmers might be a little more, right? When did Reed Detmers?
I think he was
come up? He was a 2020 guy, I think,
Sandoval,
for the draft pick.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't think they're going to be competitive anytime soon. But maybe they're going to sign Blake Snell, so who knows? But that team, I feel like could bolster their farm system a little bit. I think they're bottom, like either 29th or 30th in their prospect rankings right now, depending on where you look. So instead of giving up a Donovan or a Gorman, I feel like they would be more interested in like Tin Cans, Thomas and JC, guys who haven't come up yet. So those are guys I really like.
Yeah, and if you're talking about, I mean, Reed Detmers, I think would be fantastic. But it's like every time we think of a name like that, you led with the caveat of like, well, they're not going to trade that guy. So that's kind of, and that's what it felt like too when we would talk about the Mariners guys.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, Logan Gilbert, but it's like, if I'm the Mariners, why would I trade him? Well, they can trade one of those other guys, but even still, that's controllable pitching. How often do teams dangle that like it's not as valuable? It's extremely valuable, and I think they know that. So you could have every team saying, hey, we need some pitching help, and the Mariners are like, all right, we'll trade one of these guys, but to the highest bidder across the league. And does that mean the Cardinals get to land the trade? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mariners are going to sit on all those pitchers. They already have too many. Robbie Ray's coming back. But also, I mean, a counterpoint here, and I brought this up earlier with one of our other guests, the Mariners, the Marlins, and some of these other teams that have these great pitching pipelines, they haven't been able to develop offensive talent, and they're hurting in the same way for that the Cardinals are for pitching talent. You have the Marlins and their offensive prospects, Lewis Brinson, bust. Jesus Sanchez, like maybe not a bust yet, but hasn't looked great. Jazz Chisholm has really flamed out in the last 2 years. He went from someone everyone was all in on to, well, we don't know what he is now. De La Cruz hasn't been great. Even the guys they sign and bring in haven't been great. Up in Seattle, aside from Julio Rodriguez, who's really developed up there. And I think Detroit is another one. And I think they might be a more realistic trade partner than the Marlins or Mariners. I just haven't heard anyone mention them yet. But these other, like, the point is these other teams, like, they're hurting too. They need offensive talent. And I think that's why the Cardinals have a little more leverage than people think here. Because, like, again, whatever the Mariners or Marlins or Tigers seem to try, they can't get it right.
Yeah, I feel like the Marlins, just on paper, would make so much sense because they've got guys that haven't even gotten to the big leagues yet. Or, like, I haven't kept up on what the rehab has been like for Max Meyer, but he was like, they've got all these dudes that, like, eventually that's going to be more than 5. But I think the understanding is pitchers get hurt. And so if you've got 9 of them and 3 of them are constantly on the 60-day IL, then suddenly you don't have the depth that you thought you did. I could see Tigers. Mariners is so interesting because you talk about them needing offense. I think you're right. To trade Jared Kelenic for basically just to dump
a
money,
bag of peanuts.
That is probably, and I'm not saying he has totally lived up to the billing, but solid offensive numbers, good enough to where I'm like, are you kidding me? Like that was probably the one move of the offseason that shocked me the most. Now we've since seen like kind of what the operational standard is. The Braves are continuing to do that where they say, we don't care if we take on bad money if we're getting the pieces that we want. They did the same with Matt Carpenter this week. So that was the one thing where I'm like, I can't even project what to think of the Mariners if they're doing stuff like that. But in theory, I think you're pretty much spot on with why the Cardinals would match with those various teams.
I just want to talk about the Mariners for one more second. I'm sorry. My roommate in college is a huge Mariners fan. He's from Seattle. He's suffered his whole life as a Mariners fan, he says all the time. And the night they made that Kelenic trade, he came into our apartment and just started screaming. He was so mad. He said, it's our starting right fielder. For what? He wants Jerry fired. I think a lot of Mariners fans are starting to get really frustrated with Poto. But, like, is there any way that they don't trade at least somebody here? You've got Castillo, Ray, Gilbert, and
Kirby.
Kirby. Yeah, I'm totally blanking on that.
Miller,
and those
Wu.
are like locked in as your top 4. But then you've got Miller, Wu, Hancock. They've got and Matt Brash. They thought could be a starter.
Love Matt Brash.
He's a bullpen guy now, but he's elite in the bullpen. How are they going to hold on to all this pitching?
Well, I think Matt Brash, you just sit him in his role and it's wonderful because you don't need him in the rotation. I don't know what it would cost, but we can play the fun speculative game. And it's like, all right, they don't want to trade you Gilbert. They're not trading Kirby. Is Miller or Wu with Brash? Like, what does that take to get both? Because a lot, absolutely a lot. But that's the point at which I'm like, again, I've said Cardinals trading Brendan Donovan to me doesn't make any sense. You're not just going to float Nolan Gorman, just because you see a need and you can make that fit all nice and tidy. Like left-handed power with the capability to hit 40 home runs is not something that grows on trees. So you're not just going to be reckless with that. But if you're brash with one of their good young starters, I'd be like, okay, that, and then how many pitching prospects does it take from the St. Louis side to make everybody happy? I don't think would be crazy. But again, like for John Mozeliak, look at the types of trades that has been made. It's easy to trade for Arenado and Goldie when you know the circumstances of those deals. We can talk about the Ozuna trade not going the right way, but that was unproven talent for a guy that you perceived to be a proven talent. We didn't know what those two pitchers were going to turn into at the time. This would be like guys that are playing well, have done things in the big leagues for guys that are playing well and have done things in the big leagues, just like different positionally. And I feel like we haven't really seen those types of trades from Mo in recent history. Even like Tyler O'Neill. Okay, the whole world knows you're going to trade him, but that sort of depreciates what you're going to get for him. And so you get some relief pitchers that might end up panning out, but it's not like you're pick a guy that would have been on that team and said, oh, they traded Tyler O'Neill to the Red Sox. They got so-and-so as a reliever. Makes sense. They're both kind of proven. It wasn't going to go that way.
Yeah.
Would Mo be able to kind of finagle the market and make that true baseball trade that we haven't seen in a while? That would be another question.
Yeah. Something I'm starting to become a little bit more interested in is based on how they kind of construct the roster and how they want to divvy up playing time this year. I've been super anti-trading Nolan Gorman and Brendan Donovan and want to like make it a prospect package if you're going to do something. But if they're going to DH Contreras maybe once or twice a week, if they're going to give Goldie and Arenado DH appearances a week, I mean, maybe if you play 6 games every 7 days, is that 2 DH spots open to Donovan and Gorman? Then like it's hard to play the game there. And if Nootbaar is not going to play center, he's in left, Walker's in right, so you can't put Donovan in left or right field. If that's kind of the direction they're heading in, does it make more sense to you to give up one of those guys because the playing time just isn't, not that it's not there, but it's not like they're going to be, it just feels like one of them's not going to play as much as you would hope. And so maybe it makes more sense to cash in and go after a starter. If that's kind of the direction they're heading in, does it make more sense for you to move on for one of those guys, or do you still hold on to them with everything you can? And obviously you're not giving them up for nothing, but are you more willing to dangle them if that's the direction they're headed in?
I think that these things tend to work themselves out in terms of playing time, because how many, like by the end of the season, and I know it's because they were out of it, but they had everybody on the injured list. Like you had these random dudes that were playing, and you're like, how do you like square that circle mentally with looking at next year's team and going, well, there's no room to play everybody, when you know how easily it can all go poof in terms of player health. But like, I think if you did some back of the napkin math, you could find a way to, all right, Contreras is probably going to DH, I would say 1.5 times a week, because they do seem to want to get Ivan Herrera in there and used as like the full scale backup catcher and then some. So he'll play. Donovan can play some left field. You're right, though. Are they unwilling to move Noot to center at all? Or is that just like the story of the offseason, and then you get in the middle of it and Dylan Carlson's not hitting well or whatever, and they just say, all right, it's easiest to move him, and that's how you get Donovan in there. Gorman can DH a little bit. You can have what's up, Jeff? You can have Donovan, and he's on Team Donovan now as well in terms of I consider Jeff a bit of a late adopter, because I remember about a year ago we would talk about it and I'd say, I don't know, I think you got to protect Brendan Donovan. I think he's on my side now. Not that I'm anti-Nolan Gorman either, but I think I could just like leave right now and have him answer the question, because I think it's a good one to get multiple perspectives on. No, I don't think that I'm too concerned with how do you find the playing time for everybody, because there's enough flexibility that it'll work things out. But I also think it's true that they should be a little bit more firm in where they play guys, because they'll get better results defensively from them, and that'll help your pitching staff. And yeah, they got better in terms of strikeout rate with their pitchers they've picked up, but not a ton. Like Kyle Gibson isn't really a strikeout guy. Sonny Gray, very much solid, and Lance Lynn should be solid. But to me, there's still not enough to where you can just kind of forego defense and say, yeah, play everybody wherever, because we're just going to strike everybody out. I don't know if that'll work either.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So, Jeff Jones, thanks for hopping in here. Want to give you a quick intro real quick. The kind of conversation point.
Yeah,
he just snuck in. One of the what we're talking about here is this idea that as you kind of do the math a little bit about playing time coming into this year, if Contreras is going to DH 1-2 times a week, Nolan Arenado and Goldie maybe once a week, the DH appearances start to thin out a little bit. If Nootbaar is not going to be playing center field, then Brendan Donovan can't necessarily go play the corner outfields all that often, especially if Carlson's the fourth outfielder. So does it make more sense? Like, does it potentially make more sense to trade a Donovan or a Gorman if that's the scenario that's at large here, or are you kind of on the side of the injuries will make it happen, people will find their playing time, it's not necessarily worth dangling one of them for a top pitcher in the league?
Yeah, so I sort of said early in the winter, kind of throughout the winter, that to me it made sense to clear up second base with one of those three guys, the two you mentioned, and also Tommy Edman, figuring out what the value looks like maybe on the pitching market for those guys. I will say, given the way they've kind of constructed their roster to date and what they did and haven't done in the starter market, I would be hesitant to trade either one of those guys for a reliever, right? If we were talking earlier in the winter and we're talking about the possibility of Gorman for one of the Seattle guys, for instance, or is Donovan at the top of a deal for Dylan Cease? If you wanted to pursue that sort of deal, I think that's one thing, right? I don't know that if they're in a spot where they're prepared to sort of flip pieces for relievers, that would not be the way I would go about getting that sort of thing done.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Jeff, I think something that we want to probe you a little bit here. We've probed most of our guests because we let off with Jeff Hayes at the beginning, and he just decided to drop a bomb on everyone that I think we're all very cautious about still, but I feel like you've been giving a lot of really good insight on the Yamamoto side of things in the Cardinals, saying there's people within the Cardinals front office screaming, I think was the word you said, like for Yamamoto. Jim Hayes said at the beginning that he just interviewed Lars Nootbaar today, and he asked him straight up, do you think that the Cardinals still have a chance at Yamamoto? Like, is this done or not? And he said they're still in and that there's still a chance there. Anything on your end about what that looks like? I know we're hitting 300 million. I know Jim Hayes he's a fireball, but like, what is this looking like right now?
I think that the last couple of weeks have been pretty discouraging on that front, just in terms of we have a pretty good idea now of who the 7 teams were that he met with. Are those exclusively the people that he's considering? Did he go meet with teams because he had relationships with others and didn't feel the need to, et cetera, et cetera? Who's to say? I will say the fact that Yuki Matsui came to town and then that got pretty quickly snuffed out, or it's not, well, I guess also snuffed out, but sniffed out as well, suggests to me that it would be hard for them to get Yamamoto done under cover of darkness, and I don't believe that has happened, right? So look, if Lars Nootbaar says they're still in, I guess he would know
It's a
as
source
much
off.
as anyone
Jeff
else would.
Jones v. Newt. That's what
Yeah,
we have.
right. Right. That is officially new news, I think. So, look, I think if it were to happen at this point, I would say I would be shocked. Is probably what I would say. There were definitely those in the front office who were advocating hard for this for a long time before this offseason, stretching back, a period of a year, maybe even, advocating for this to happen. And I think in seeing kind of where the bidding went, I think we have an idea of why the Cardinals maybe have not been as involved in what looks like late stages as they might have thought that they would. I think a year ago, the Cardinals may have thought that Yamamoto would have been maybe in the vicinity of 150 as the total investment even, right? And now a year long, maybe we're talking about double that just for his deal before you even get to the posting fees. So given the way that the market has unfolded, I would be pretty shocked at this point, but I suppose never say never until it's done.
Yeah, we were just talking about that with Brenden a little bit, that it's like not even just before the season was it 150, 180. Like most people were saying that before the offseason started. So it's been like almost barely 2 months and his contract has doubled. And I can't think of a comp of a player that was already projected 150, 170 million that has doubled in value potentially in like 8 weeks. So there's a part of me that's like, I wonder if you could speak to this too. If they're even in the 200, 250 million range, do you think it's like we're talking the Cardinals as a more significant player here? Or do you think maybe the 150, 175 is where they're kind of going to tap out regardless? Because now that it's in the 300s, I don't really blame them for being out on it at this point, because that's crazy how much his market.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I think that one thing that we should probably be careful about is I'm not sure, unless I've missed something. I don't think the reporting has been real specific about whether that 300 number would be his deal or whether that would be the all-in number, right? So if say 45 of that is the posting fee, then it's still a ton, but maybe it's a little closer to what they thought reality was going to be. Yeah, look, I think if the Cardinals thought that they could get Yamamoto done for, call it, 7 and 210, right? I think that probably would be an area where that's a big pill for them, but they would be willing to probably go there. So if they're not there, that tells you it probably has pushed pretty well past that, or at least has pushed into areas where, if Yamamoto ends up signing a deal that is, let's say, 9 and 280, but there's an opt-out after 2 or 3, and those first 3 years are pretty heavily front-loaded, you can sort of see where that might have gone, right? Like I can see where maybe the number is not going to look as egregious as we all think right now, but it still would be past an area where the Cardinals might be maximally comfortable.
And just wrapping up this tweet, Jeff Jones says 7 and 210. Cardinals are willing to. All right, I think that's my cue to get on out of here.
It's funny, Brenden, before you go, I did want to point out, I realized the other day, the number that I gave you for the scary Shohei fake number turned out to be the number of his deferral. And in fact,
that is
close.
True.
I said 12,680, and that's the deferral.
We were in Nashville, and Jeff and I split a hotel room, and he wakes up earlier than me. So I wake up one morning, and he goes 12 and 680 for Shohei to the Red Sox. And I'm a little groggy, and I go, did you just say 680? And turns out that wasn't the full contract, but you did. Yeah, on the deferrals.
Yeah, I got the deferral right.
The Red Sox, it was creative enough to maybe try and get me, but nevertheless.
Toast, I guess.
Yeah, not bad. All right. You guys are in good hands with Jeff, so I'm going to head on out of here. But thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks, Brenden.
Thanks for joining us,
awesome.
Brenden. Jeff, I just have a question. We were talking to Brenden for a while about the starter market via trade, and we've heard the Cardinals.
Sorry, Sandy, we gotta do the giveaway. We got to do
Oh, yes, we do.
Right?
So, Jeff, every 30 minutes, we've been doing a giveaway. So anyone who's donated to the stream at any point tonight, you are entered into a giveaway of different things that Bally Sports Midwest has donated to us, which is really awesome. Thanks again to Bally Sports for that. Again, we are raising money for Big League Impact tonight. So if you're interested in donating, there is a pinned comment in the chat that you can go to for that. We're already over $700 tonight. So if you want to put in more, that's really awesome. We'd love to hit our second goal of $1,000 tonight. So we've got about an hour still to do that. Andrew, I almost called you Sandy. At least I didn't. Jeff, I've started to call Sandy Sunny Gray all the time. Like I'll be like Sunny over here because he's such a Sunny Gray fan.
Sure, look, it's good to have a little sideway into that, I guess, at least, right?
Yeah. So Andrew, you're just showing it's the Tommy Edman banner for this one.
Yeah, Tommy Edman banner this time, and we're going to randomize. All right, Josh on the passing button, maybe. All right.
Oh yes, I gotta find that real quick. Here we go.
Brian Rude, you have won a Tommy Edman banner. So send us a DM on Twitter or email. I'll put it in the chat as well. But yeah, sorry, Sandy, I didn't mean to cut you off with the question.
No, you're all good. This is going to be my last question before I take a little break here. Oh my gosh, we've been streaming for over 3 hours. This has just been so much fun. Thanks to all the support we've been getting. But we've been talking about the starter market. Obviously, Yamamoto would be so cool. But it looks like the Cardinals are going to have to go through the trade market. They've been linked to the Marlins with Luzardo. They've been linked to the White Sox with Cease. They've been linked to the Mariners a bunch. One fit that I've started like banging this drum a little bit ago. I think the Cardinals and the Tigers they match up so well. And I want to know if you've heard anything that would make any sense. The Tigers have a bunch of like young, controllable starters that I think are cheaper than the guys coming out of Miami or Seattle. And then one other area, and the reason I think they fit a lot better than, for example, the Mariners is because the Tigers need catching help. Obviously, Eric Haas didn't work out. He's gone now. Jake Rogers doesn't feel like a full-time starter. And the Cardinals, even if it's not Herrera, they have catching depth for days between Crooks, who we've talked about on here before, and then obviously Bernal, guys like Pages, who might not get it done, but that could be something that's really interesting to them in that kind of deal. And the Marlins need some catching help too. But then in that case, you could get one of those guys and you might not have to give up a Donovan or a Gorman. So is there anything you can kind of provide on that?
Yeah, so I think working backward from there, what I would say is that I don't know that the Cardinals really have a lot of what I would say is high-level catching depth at the moment. I think the making the decision they did with Kisner puts them in a spot where they probably can't really trade from a lot of, guys like Crooks and Bernal and guys at that level. That that's the different conversation. And there's a guy who likes to prospect, but the challenge a lot of times with trading catchers at low levels, unless it's sort of like a no doubter with the bat, right? is that teams prefer generally to hold on to their own guys because they've had them in the pitching system. And as much as the Cardinals may like Jimmy Crooks, almost everybody thinks they have Jimmy Crooks in their system, right? He's a good prospect, but not the kind of standout prospect that maybe you build a deal around. And so, when you look what the Cardinals have, with clearly the commitment to Contreras and Herrera at the big league level, it'll be Paje. And then I would suspect that we'll probably see them sign, a veteran 4A catcher type, a Trace Pereira type, right? That seems like the kind of NRI guy they might bring in to pair with Paje, and then whether that's Nick Trolloc-Iverson or whoever else ends up, at Memphis this year. But so does that look like a match? Maybe not. Do the Tigers in general look like a match? I think that they might, because the thing that's interesting to me about the Tigers is sort of between them and the Royals, there does appear to be a realization that someone does have to win the AL Central, right?
Somebody does, yeah.
And so whether it's the Tigers kind of having an advancement with their talent or the Royals signing a bunch of free agents. By the way, not the one story, the angle that I've been ready to read about this, the Royals are going to be going to the public for money. Is it in the 04 election, or if it's not 04, it's 06? They're going to be going to the public for money for a new stadium in the next couple of years. That, to me, probably feels a lot like why they're signing free agents and attempting to be competitive, because it's a lot easier to ask for public money for a stadium if you're winning 79 games versus 59 games, right?
Yeah.
That, to me, in any event, that aside. So, yeah, maybe. The problem, though, is that I think a lot of what the Tigers have seen in terms of progression hasn't really been based on, Torkelson and Riley Green. Those guys have been okay. But it's been more that young pitching is taking that step, right? And they're kind of building around that pitching. And so to get them to trade from that, I don't know that the Cardinals have a lot, aside from Gorman, I guess, that probably moves the needle in the right way to get the Tigers to break that sort of thing up. Because, I know you and Brenden were talking about Gorman and Donovan, and he and I have had that conversation a million times. And I guess the way I look at it is Donovan, to me, maybe has slightly more value for the Cardinals as currently constructed. But Gorman is a guy who's going to have more around the league and has probably a more rare skill set. As much as Donovan does important things for this team, Gorman's skill set is harder to find. And so he probably is the guy who moves needles when you talk about teams elsewhere.
How much do you think maybe a Thomas Ajayci would play a role in what the Cardinals are thinking about this? Obviously, he's played just mainly at AA. He got the call to AAA this year, but it was very short sample size. But he was amazing this past year, and they think very highly of him. I remember in a chat that Derek Gould did, they talked about how Thomas Ajayci is someone they're not really wanting to listen on. So I mean, that if they're not listening on him, that means they think highly of him. Do you think that potentially makes them, thinking down the road a little bit, potentially a Gorman or Donovan a little bit more available? Or is that something that they're going to wait? It's nice that they have him, but until he proves himself at the major league level, they're not going to move on from a piece like that because they have that depth.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is that I have a hard time imagining JC being included this winter in deals, and that tracks to me because you would at least want him to get to spring, right? He'll be in spring as an NRI, he'll be in big league camp, and so I think we'll see what that looks like when he gets to Jupiter, and he's going to get some reps in spring games, and you're going to see him, in those major league situations in the backfields, right? I think, are you all familiar with a game people call Jupiter Survivor? Have you heard that term before?
No.
So you go through spring training, and it's like the last guy who appears in every spring training game is the Jupiter Survivor. And typically it's going to be a younger guy who plays a lot of positions, who they're wanting to see in various spots. I want to say it was Brendan Donovan in 21, maybe. It's guys like that who kind of, my point is, I think Sajasi is a candidate for that probably this spring, right? Sajasi is a guy who we'll see play, I imagine, second, short, third, and maybe even in the corner outfield. That would not totally shock me. And we'll see what he looks like, and we'll see how he kind of responds to the playing time, because once you get through spring, maybe you have a better idea of, okay, is this a guy who ripped through the Texas League, or is this a guy who legitimately can contribute in the big leagues, this coming season? I don't know that they know that yet. I think that they may be optimistic that Sajasi is a guy who they could see on their big league roster. And, I know like it's sort of in the same way with Victor Scott, right? And then maybe Scott, they think is a little bit closer, or at least they have a better idea of how close Scott is to the majors right now. But I think that if you're the Cardinals, would want to see Sajasi in those spots before you were to make some kind of definitive call.
Yeah, I wonder something that it's been percolating in the back of my brain a little bit. I wonder if you have thoughts about this. I know it's getting a little ahead of ourselves, but especially if the Cardinals don't add a starter the rest of this season or rest of the offseason, they go into the season with the 5 they have now and the depth. Do you think like the emergence of Scott or Sajasi sometime in the first half could potentially make a Donovan Gorman available or an Edman available or Carlson available at the deadline if they're not shopping now? Because if like Scott's going to become the center fielder at some point, which again, that's an if, then what is Edman's role? Especially if Wynn's the starting shortstop, or if Sajasi really needs playing time, how do you make Donovan Gorman and Sajasi work? Is that something that maybe is in the back of their mind too of, we could potentially have a plethora of assets at the deadline to go after and make a move bigger than they've done in past deadlines? Or do you, I don't know, maybe that's projecting too far ahead right now.
It's not necessarily too far ahead. I will say that the Edman question to me is separate from the others because Edman is reliant almost entirely on Wynn, in that Mason Wynn has to be in the big leagues and be productive before they can do anything else with Tommy Edman besides keep him, because there's not really another major league shortstop, right? They just don't have that guy outside of Edman behind Wynn. And so if they're not in a spot with Wynn where he's contributing enough to be in the lineup every day, then Edman is probably held separate from that. In terms of the rest of that, I think that probably is about right. What I would say sort of is that, number one, as you get deeper into the season, you'll have a better idea of whether Gorman is holding up physically or not. If we get into July, if we get 80 games into the season and Gorman has played 55 of them, then we're having a different conversation than if we're 80 games into the season and Gorman has played 77 of them, right? Like then, that is maybe a different way you kind of look at how he's holding up physically. And frankly, you'll have a better idea of what Donovan looks like, coming back off the surgery. I think it's probably pretty important to remember that he underwent like reconstructive elbow surgery, right? Like there is this assumption that Donovan is going to bounce back in and be perfectly fine. And maybe, that's a surgery that's less traumatic, less stressful for a position player. But it's still a fairly big deal. And, how does the arm hold up over time? Is he able to make the same throws from short and third that he could before, with the same kind of zip? Does he have discomfort while swinging? All of that stuff is going to be part of it. And I think that, if Brendan Donovan comes back and the first half of next year doesn't look like the guy who he was sort of rounding into when he got hurt, that to me isn't a reason to panic, but it is a reason that you probably would reconsider whether you would trade a guy at what could in theory not be his highest value, right? And I think teams who are interested are going to want to see him play as well before they would commit a lot in sort of that direction anyway.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Well, we've talked a little bit. I feel like the starting pitching market, and I feel like all of us would agree, is a little bit more on the speculative standpoint. Obviously, they're open to things, and it could happen, but that's not necessarily the top of the to-do list right now. Maybe it secretly is, but it sounds like it's more bullpen. What are you hearing more on the bullpen standpoint? Yuki Matsui was a name that was talked about a lot. Obviously, it sounds like he's going to the Padres now. What are some of the names potentially percolating here? And then also, I think this is a little bit of a spin on it we haven't talked about, but in terms of like the quality of the bullpen arms, are they looking for one or two high leverage type guys? Are they looking for a high leverage guy and then someone to fill that Chris Stratton, Drew Verhagen type role? Or do they see the Rule 5 and Robertson as those kind of guys? Like what kind of arms would they be looking for in the bullpen too?
I do think maybe one that's closer to the back end and one that sort of fills that Verhagen Stratton role. I think that maybe it's kind of where they're looking at. I know that Derek Gould, for instance, has reported on their interest in both Phil Maton and Hector Neris. Those are two guys who, to me, maybe Maton is a little better than you would think of that like innings eater guy, and maybe Neris isn't the guy who you would necessarily love to have in your in-game mix. But if you got those two guys, for instance, then that draws that more towards the middle as opposed to those two guys being kind of more polarized. The other pitcher that I know that they have had interest in and they have had discussions with is Go Woo-suk, who was is a closer in Korea. The interesting thing with Go, and when I've talked to Korean reporters who cover the KBO, obviously much more closer than I do, the thing with him is that he's a free agent next year. And so for him to sign somewhere this year, it would require a posting fee. And the way that the agreement works with Korea, the Korean team is going to have to consent to the posting fee. So basically, it has to be a contract of large enough size to generate enough of a posting fee that his current team, I believe it's LG, would be willing to let him go, right? Because if not, they could just not present him with the posted deal, and then he plays one more season in Korea and is a free agent next winter. And so there is a balance there. He's also on, I believe it's a 30-day clock for pitchers from Korea, and I think he was officially posted the first week of December. So there probably are about 2 weeks or so until we actually know for sure. I have to look up those exact dates, but it's about 2 weeks from now that we'll know for sure whether he's signing with anybody, let alone the Cardinals and MLB this winter or not.
Yeah. That's really interesting. I haven't heard that on the Go standpoint. So that'll be, again, another name to continue to watch. I know we're working backwards a little bit here because we started with the potential trades and all that kind of stuff. But I want to go back to the moves they have made so far. Just in your estimation, you look at where the Cardinals stand today on December 19th, I believe. December 19th. How do you feel about the Cardinals offseason so far? What do you like? I don't know, grades is maybe a hard way to put it, but like, where do you feel like they stand right now? And what would they need to do from now until spring training to put themselves as more of a true contender in the National League? I think most of us would agree maybe they're closer to a playoff team than they were last year now. But I don't know. What do you think that is needed beyond what they've done already? But then also, how do you feel about what they've done already?
So this actually is what I wrote about today for publication tomorrow. And, the way that I framed it is most kids don't get everything they want for Christmas, right? And so when you kind of look at the way this offseason has unfolded, I think when you listen to John Mozeliak talk about what his priorities were in the order of kind of operations here, I think they got a sense pretty early on that the pitching market was going to freeze until something happened with Ohtani, and then everything else kind of trickled downhill from that, right? And I think we've seen that. Like, no Yamamoto yet means no Snell, means no Jordan Montgomery, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that their concerns about being closed out of some of those like bulk inning type guys led them to make the deals they did. Like, I think they're much happier giving Kyle Gibson 1 year and 13 than they would have been giving Michael Waga 2 years and 26, right? I think they're just more comfortable with their investment at this level. Okay, then those moves get done. When you kind of look at some of the projection systems and you kind of compare it to last year, I think it's fair to say that it's very reasonable to expect Lance Lynn to be a pretty significant improvement over Adam Wainwright, or at least the version of Wainwright that we saw last season, right? Even if Lynn is barely better, even if Lynn duplicates last year, that's still 15% better by ERA plus than Wainwright was in 2023, right? He was that bad. So if Lynn improves marginally, he's a big leap over Wainwright. And so then you're looking at, is Kyle Gibson an improvement over Jack Flaherty? And it's probably going to be pretty close, given what the Cardinals got out of Flaherty, especially that spot after he was traded and you dealt with, Hudson and whoever else kind of filling in there. That's going to be close. I think Gibson is at least more reliable. Again, higher floor probably than what you get out of Flaherty. And so that's fair. And so then the conversation is, okay, can Sonny Gray be better than what they got from Jordan Montgomery? Steamer is not optimistic about that. Like, you look at the Fangraphs projections, and they, from a rate perspective, would prefer Montgomery's 23 over Gray's projected 24, basically, right? So it's not entirely clear whether Gray is going to be an improvement over what they got from Montgomery, and more to the point, whether that's enough to turn them from a 71 win team into an 81 win team, let alone a 91 win team, right? And so can you rack up some of that 71 to bad luck, bad sequencing? You can. They played directly to their Pythag last year, but when you look at the ERA, was over like 5.2 in both August and September, and once the deadline passed, not really the same team. You can kind of squidge it. But by and large, by run differential, they got what they deserved last year. That was the team that they were, right? So have they done enough to improve from a last place team to a playoff team? That's tough for me. But if it is the case, it's because the division is not very good, and they got some really bad outcomes last year, and one would assume that they would not duplicate like as many worst case scenarios in 24 that they got in 23.
Yeah, that's a really good point because I feel like a lot of times people get frustrated when people say, "What if all these things happen positively?" And that never happens. Everything goes right, but few times does everything seem to go wrong either. And that's what felt like it happened to the Cardinals last year too. So you would think there'd be some positive regression even with the guys they already had last year, let alone the incremental improvements they've made so far. I also think it's interesting too, whether we agree or disagree with the moves they made. It seems like they've kind of predicted how the market would have gone. They were aggressive getting those Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson, and for the most part, the guys in that tier have gotten the same type contracts. And we can agree or disagree if those are the right moves, but that's what they did. And then Sonny Gray, again, they jumped the market, and outside of Aaron Noel going back to Philly, none of the top starters have signed. So I think it's interesting that they've had a good pulse on it so far. It makes me intrigued to see what they do when the market does start to flow again.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair, and it sort of draws into relief like they pegged the market right, and these are the moves they made, right? In correctly assessing what was going to happen, these are the choices they made. It's not like they made these signings and then oops, things were different. So that means this was their design. This is what they wanted to happen, more or less, right? Or at least it was what they were comfortable with happening, or they would have, altered it in X, Y, and Z ways. So if that is the case, that's fine. Then they had better be right about the way that is all pointed.
Totally.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch back on the bullpen stuff. Is the Matsui deal to San Diego's official, right?
It hasn't been announced by teams.
Okay.
The reporter in Japan, who is a credible reporter in Japan, reported it, and I believe Mark Feinsand this afternoon confirmed on his end that it is. I believe it's pending physical. I'm not entirely sure if Matsui is still in the States or if he's going back to Japan, so he may have to travel to get all that done. But it sounds like that is it's not ink to paper, but it sounds done.
Okay. So I also heard reports. This was kind of shocking to me hearing it. I still don't think it's entirely likely, but that the Cardinals have some like lingering interest in Josh Hader. He's a guy that I feel like would be paid a lot of money, obviously, and he doesn't throw that many. Like he never goes like the 4-out saves, and he doesn't not always available every other day. So it was surprising to me to see that there was some interest in there. Is that report how credible would that report be, and would the Cardinals be actually interested in adding a top end relief arm like him?
I guess for that report to have credibility, what it would say to me is that Hader is not finding the market that he thought he was going to find, and that he is comfortable signing like a 1-year deal somewhere.
Yeah.
That would be about the only way that would make sense to me, because I got having an idea sort of how folks around the Cardinals feel about Hader and the way he may or may not fit what they do. I think that your point about his availability is an astute one. I think that when the Cardinals talk about adding back-end arms, what they're talking about really is coming to the realization that Ryan Helsley is not going to be a guy who probably is going to pitch 5 or 6 days a week for them. So they're going to have to live in that world, which means that if they were to acquire another back-end arm, it would need to be one that they could trust to sort of fill in, at random and on days where maybe he wouldn't think that guy would be available. So given that Hader, a guy who has such structure to his routine and a guy who is really selective about the times when he pitches, who knows? Now, again, maybe that's different if Hader gets a big deal somewhere, right? Who can say? But if he's in conversation with the Cardinals, that would be surprising to me. And it would also, to me, say that his market was not nearly as strong as he thought or hoped it might be.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess this maybe kind of goes to the Hader conversation a little bit, but in general, just free agency. Do you what is your pulse right now on the RSN impact on the Cardinals? It feels like there's every week maybe a new update on what's going on with Bally Sports. Now there's talk about Amazon. I think I just saw something about the Diamondbacks potentially buying their own rights back and maybe doing their own network. How much do you think that is still lingering over potential spending? Because it felt like early in the offseason, Gould said they wanted to maybe try to get toward the $200 million threshold. But if this is, I don't know, is this maybe more up in the air than they thought it was going to be going into the offseason? I don't know. What's your pulse right now on when they and how it terms of spending?
No, I think it. I don't think that it's any different than I thought it was going to be heading into the offseason. I think that they have probably also pegged that pretty well as well. I don't know that it's probably affected anything that they have done. They have so far said when asked that it hasn't affected them yet. They're not expecting it to have any impact on anything this winter. At the same time, when I asked if there was any circumstance where they would go over the first CBT threshold, the answer I got was that it wouldn't be prudent because of the current economic situation, which is of course all about the RSNs, right? So for whatever it's worth, that is at least part of their discussion, even if they're not eager to frame it that way. I think that the Cardinals will make out better than most, especially when you consider sort of, I believe it was the bankruptcy judge that Diamond went in front of a couple of months ago and it kind of laid out their plan, because there was a story in the St. Louis Business Journal about the possibility of Bally's surrendering rights right around maybe September. And the bottom line is that probably, if I don't know this to be the case, but my educated guess would be that would be right around the time that a payment would be due to the Blues. So my guess would be that they are going to want to pay the Cardinals to keep the Cardinals on air throughout the summer, because the Cardinals are a profit driver for them historically, and then cut and run when it comes time to pay the Blues, right? That's sort of, to me, that reading that report from the Sports Business Journal, that's what that sounded like to me, was that Bally's plan in St. Louis was to just sort of ride out the baseball season and then cut and run before the hockey season. So I think the Cardinals are kind of prepared for that reality. Frankly, the Cardinals are privy to a lot of that in a way that we are not, because the Cardinals have a 30% stake in Bally Sports Midwest, right? That was part of the deal when they signed their TV contract in 2017 or whatever year it was. That was part of the deal, was they acquired a major stake in it. And so they have, I think, probably pretty good understanding of what the financial plans for the network look like. And frankly, look, when they signed that last TV deal, there was a brief exploration with the Blues in looking at a kind of, whether it's marquee or probably a better comparison would be NBC Sports Chicago with the White Sox and the Blackhawks, right? There was some conversation about starting that kind of network. And then the realization came that, frankly, they were probably going to be able to get the asset, i.e. the broadcast rights, for pretty cheap in a number of years when they became bankruptcy assets. They kind of sort of saw all this coming and were strategizing around that. And so when those seemingly inevitably revert to MLB, then okay. I think an important note that, you mentioned that story that Evan Drellick published earlier today on The Athletic about the possibility of Amazon stepping in. As Evan noted, there are only 5 teams for which Diamond holds digital rights. The remaining teams held on to their own digital rights when they negotiated their most recent deals, the Cardinals not being one of the 5, which is to say that if Amazon does start streaming Bally games, it won't be the Cardinals. I think Evan's list was, I know it was the Brewers, I want to say D-backs, Marlins. It was smaller markets, right? It was markets where there would be less leverage. And the Cardinals were not on that list. So the Cardinals have control over their own digital rights. And so, if Amazon wants to stream them, then they're going to have to hash out an entirely separate deal. I think it's much more likely that the Cardinals reclaim them, start their own service, and or roll it into whatever MLB does as a central clearinghouse, which is where this is all headed anyway. It's all, whether it's this year or next year or 4 years from now, it's all going to be, you have 20, you can pay $27.99 a month for blackout free Major League Baseball. That's just what it's going to look like. And people are going to hate how expensive it is, but they're going to get access to every game with no blackout, and they're going to be able to probably choose, their own broadcaster. If it's a national game, you can lay the radio broadcast over the video right there in the app. It'll be something like that, and it'll be expensive, but MLB is going to control that direct-to-consumer product, rather.
All right, real quick as we're wrapping up with you, we have a question for you. Basically, if you have a prediction, Cardinals get another starting pitcher, either free agency or trade, who's that going to be?
If the Cardinals acquire, does it have to be in the offseason, or can it be in the middle of the season?
Oh,
sure,
that's great too. Yeah.
That's it.
Here, I guess I'll do both. If the Cardinals acquire another starting pitcher and it is in the offseason, I will say, let's say Edward Cabrera. And if the Cardinals acquire a pitcher during the season, it will be, can't just take. I'll take the obvious one, and I'll say Dylan Cease. I'll say Cease. I'll say Cease lasts the winter in Chicago and gets traded in season.
Awesome.
Bold
That'd be
predictions.
cool. All right.
Yeah.
So we're
Well, again, Jeff.
Really fun.
Oh,
Edward Cabrera sounds really fun. Yeah, I'm back, guys. What's
Yeah.
up?
Sandy.
Let
Well,
it
Jeff,
be,
thanks
let it
again
be
for
the more interesting Marlin. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, Jeff, thanks again for joining us tonight, man. We really appreciate it. You've been a great friend of the podcast. We hope to have you on again sometime soon. And yeah, thanks. Have a great rest of your evening.
Anytime, guys. Have fun with Trevor.
Thanks, Jeff.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Well, speaking of Trevor, we're going to call righty from the bullpen here. We're going to do our best bullpen call here. And we've got our closer popping in for the bottom of the ninth here. Did I mess this up? Here we go. That was anticlimactic on my part. I need the passing button here. Oh man, I messed this up. Rosenthal back with us. It feels like you were just here a few weeks ago, man.
Seriously.
So thanks again for joining us. Obviously tonight we're doing a live stream to raise money for Big League Impact, and you're an ambassador for them, player rep for them. And so real quick, we're going to do a quick giveaway because we've been doing that at every half hour mark for people who've donated. So again, if you're in the stream right now, if you donate anything throughout the live stream of this, you're entered in for a giveaway. So Andrew just showed the Cardinal hockey jersey that we're going to give away here, and he's going to announce who the randomized winner is.
Yes. So we're going to do this one at this half hour point, and then anyone who stays till after 10, we'll do our last three giveaways. We have a white hockey jersey, and then we have one of each, the Edmund and the Molina banners that we have. So hit the passing button whenever you're ready. Nope, these are all people that have won. Okay, Amelia Bogger. We will just shoot us a DM on Twitter. Sorry if I botched your name, but I've probably done that to like 6 people tonight. But send us an email or a DM on Twitter, and we'll get that sent out to you as soon as we can.
Awesome. Well, Trevor, thanks for joining us again, man. We really appreciate it. How have the last few weeks been for you since we last chatted?
Yeah, man. Thanks for bringing me in here to close it out. I was expecting maybe like an entrance, some sort of like entrance song, you know, the lights go out, some flashing strobes or something. But no, I'm becoming a regular on here, man. That's
the best we got.
I love this this whole setup we have here. This banner. I mean, you guys are just killing it. I love it. But yeah, happy to be back on here. Happy to be joining the Noot News, becoming a regular guest. How's it been? How's the day been going so far? The last few hours.
It's been a ton of fun.
I feel like it's gone by quicker than I thought it would. I thought 4 hours would be tough, but like especially every 30 minutes, new people coming in. It's been I feel like lively chatter. And we've got another guest here as well. JD Hafren from the Locked On Podcast is going to join us for the last 30. He's got his festive gear on. What's up, JD?
Ooh.
What's up, boys? Andrew, we shop at the same store. What up?
That's awesome. Trevor, could you tell us a little bit about your involvement with Big League Impact for anyone who's listening? We've tried to plug different things about it throughout the stream, but I mean, you've got a partnership with them, so you know them well.
Yeah, no, they've been awesome, man, and it's really cool to see how the work they're doing has grown so much. I mean, I remember back in whenever I think Wayno and when he started this adventure, it was doing some fantasy football, and then the events just kind of kept coming up, and the events are amazing. So if anybody ever has a chance to get invited to do an event for Big League Impact, I know they do some Top Golf and some other things that I've been a part of that are so fun. But you really get to meet a lot of different players and spend time with guys in a setting that you might not normally be able to experience. But aside from the fundraising, the way they're able to use these funds to directly help people in need is tremendous. And I know Adam and myself and a lot of other guys too, are very passionate about seeing that action take place firsthand. We've traveled to different parts of the world and seen projects being developed or deployed. And to see actually that hard-earned money being put to use it's just so rewarding. And it's not a surprise that someone like Adam Wainwright could evolve a positive action like this, like he has. So, yeah, good for you guys to keep it going, and I know they appreciate all the help that they can get.
Yeah, man, thanks. We really appreciate you hopping on with us to close it out here, as we approach the end of the stream. But yeah, we just wanted to talk a little bit more. We know your fastball is amazing, always topping out triple digits, as it was back in the Cardinal days. So as you prepare to come back to the major leagues, do you think you're going to be throwing that as often as you were before in the future? You don't have to answer this if you're giving away secrets, but interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's like a blessing and a curse, because it's like the fastball is great, and it's a pitch that has served me very well. I've had a lot of success, but at the same time, there is a pitchability aspect. I mean, there's other ways to get outs and to be effective, and that's something that I hope to evolve. But at the same time, when you come into a game and you're blowing it past people and you're lighting up the radar gun, it's hard not to just keep throwing down number one. I know working with Yachty, it seemed like he loved it. Like he's just like, yeah, let's just it's working. Why try and fix something that's not broke? Keep pumping the heater. But no, I think to extend my career and to continue to be an effective pitcher, there's going to be an evolution. At some point, I would imagine that takes place. Who knows if that's now or 10 years from now, Lord willing. But no, I like the game. I love baseball. I love everything that goes into pitching, and I certainly have developed other pitches, but I would like to continue to learn how to be more effective in other ways in the future.
That's crazy because I mean I was looking at your like baseball savant page, and your fastball always grades out well, but in your last big league action, your secondary stuff graded out really well too. And so I was interested in that. Obviously, Andrew's asking about how you're going to evolve as a pitcher. I want to ask one more question about your fastball though. What was it like the first time you like broke triple digits? What was it like the first time you saw a radar gun and it's like, wow, I just threw that 100 miles an hour? What was that feeling like?
I'm trying to think like exactly. I know there was a time, my first big league spring training camp in 2012, where I think that might have been the first time I hit triple digits. I'm not sure. Can't remember exactly. But I know I had a friend at that time text me, and he said, man, like, you hit 100 miles per hour. Like, that's crazy. Like, how did that feel? And I'm like, I replied, I was like, the stadium radar gun is probably wrong. It probably wasn't 100 miles an hour. So like that being said, I haven't ever just really put too much emphasis on like what that meant. I think the radar gun and velocity can get overvalued or over dramatized at times. And from a player's perspective, I think it's just more important, like I was talking about, like just focusing on getting the outs, focus on being fundamentally sound and just playing the game and not so much of how hard you're throwing a ball or how far you're hitting it. But no, it's a surreal feeling. And I guess for me, maybe I'm just a little bit naive because it's just what I've done. And it's just kind of normal to me. But I can say that when you're standing on the mound 60 feet away from a hitter and you're throwing 100 miles per hour, it feels really like an unfair advantage. Like I'm thinking to myself, there's no way these guys have any chance to hit this ball.
That's awesome.
I got a question for you, Trevor.
What's up, JD?
Were you ever scared to shake off Yachty in your career? Like when he throws down the sign, did you ever go, nah, that's not what I'm doing. That's a terrible idea, Yachty.
Yeah, I get that question so much, and it's something that guys talk about, especially with you're a rookie, you're just coming up, and it's like, hey, like how does this work? Like, are we supposed to shake him off, or we're not? It's pretty funny. No, I mean, I would say that when you start working with Yachty, like you begin to understand. You begin to develop a confidence in the numbers, the fingers that he's putting down, because you see how much work he goes into it. Obviously, he has a ton of experience from behind the plate, but before each game, he's doing his homework. He has a plan. He has an idea of how he wants to get guys out. But I do shake him off. I have shaken him off, and guys do, and it's a normal thing, and it's how it all works. But there was one time we were in Milwaukee. We were in Milwaukee, and I came in, and it was early in my career. I came in, I think, maybe in the 7th or 8th inning to get somebody out of a jam, and we got a couple pitches into the at bat, and he threw down signs. I think he was calling for a changeup, maybe, and I shook him off, and he was like, no, like kept giving me like, this is what you're gonna throw. And I was like, no, I just don't like that. So I kept shaking him off. He calls timeout. In the middle of the bat, comes out and talks to me. I'm like, oh no, like this is not good. Like he really was. So it was great though. He came out to the battle. We talked about it, and we ended up throwing a fastball, strike 3, got him out. Everything was good. No animosity was held, but that was the one time that I remember. I'm like, oh no, like should I have shaken him off right there? Like he's coming out to talk to me. What's gonna happen?
He didn't give you the Crash Davis business where he told the hitter what you were throwing so he could hit a bowl or something like that out in right field.
I mean, maybe he did, and I just got lucky and snuck it by him. That would be great. I'll have to ask him.
Oh, that's incredible. Something, obviously you talked about Yadi's game plan prep, and it's just hard to put into context or put into words all the stuff he does for that. When you think about your preparation, when you're going through the 162 game season, you're coming up on a new series, what does it look like to prep for an opposing lineup so that when you come into the game, you know what pitches you're wanting to throw to who, how you're wanting to attack hitters?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Guys go about it in a lot of different ways. This morning, I actually had a good conversation with the Cardinals hitting coach, Turner Ward. And I would say, like, especially early in my career, that's where I gained a lot of my knowledge on how to approach an at bat, how to a game plan for a hitter. I would spend a lot of time in the cage with John Mayberry and Mark McGuire, and I was just going in there because as a relief pitcher, there's really not a whole lot else that I was doing. And talking about, like, this was during spring training. Like, I would get to the field early, get my stuff done, and wander around and go see what kind of information I could pick up. So I would hang out with these guys, and through that experience, they were really helpful of while they were flipping guys batting practice in the cage, they would tell me, like, hey, like, you see when the ball is here and you see his bat path, you see where the ball's going, and they're just giving me little nuances that I was able to pick up. And then so what that translated into in my game planning throughout the season is we get access to video either through an iPad or a computer, and we have a video team that puts all that information together for us. And I really like to use video. Some guys are more like printed out stats and and they analyze the statistics that way. I like to look at the video and see what a guy's timing looked like, see what pitches he was struggling with, see what his recent at-bats, what he was doing, and specifically pair him up with other pitchers that have an arsenal like mine. And that gave me a good idea of what I was going to do for each player. And so I would take some notes, write them down, and then eventually take those notes, condense them into like a small index card. So whenever whatever the lineup was, I would have just a few little notes of like, okay, this is a sequence or locations that I'm going to try and get to with this guy that I know if I can execute my pitch, I'm going to have a strong advantage. So that was more or less my process, and it's always evolving, and teams have a little bit different approaches, and it's actually surprising how much work goes into the analytics for each pitcher. But at the end of the day, we joke because especially in the bullpen, we have a lot of time to spend with each other and chat, and we get all of this information coming down from the front office, from the video guys, from the analytical department, and at the end of the day, it's like if you just execute your pitches, up and in, down and away, get ahead with the fastball, and throw off speed in the dirt, like you're gonna do pretty well. Like that's tried and true and hasn't changed much. But I think more than anything, that preparation, whether it works or not, it gives you a layer of confidence, like a psychological level of confidence of, okay, I've put in this work, I've prepared, I know this guy, and now I'm going to go and get him out. So all those things are definitely important when you're competing at the highest level.
Yeah. And obviously hitters are game planning for you as well. And they've got their index card of information on you. So has there ever been at bats where you kind of go into it with a game plan and then you're kind of like, okay, this guy knows what I'm trying to do. And you've kind of had to switch it up on the fly. What does that, I'm sure that's happened before. So what does that kind of look like when you have that chess match and you've got your game plan, they've got yours, and you got to figure out how to make it work?
Yeah, that's the most fun part about playing the game, I think, it's almost like an anticipative or like an emotional aspect where I can almost sense that, okay, he thinks he knows what I'm going to do here and he's anticipating it. And there's been different ways that I've used that. There's been times where, okay, if I know he's looking for a pitch that's going to be on the corner of the plate away, I know if I throw that pitch just an inch and a half or 2 inches a little bit farther off the plate, he's going to swing because he's looking for it. I can sense that he's looking to hit that pitch, but I'll put it just out of the reach of his barrel. And so that's one instance that I could think of, or other times where it's just like almost like an ego battle where I'm just pumping heaters, trying to blow by them. They're just nicking them, fouling them off. And it's just like, no, like just masculinity at its finest, just mano y mano. Man up! I'm gonna keep pumping it. I'm gonna win this thing.
That's awesome.
Dude, that is awesome. I have a question for both of you guys. Kind of switching gears a little bit here, getting back to talking about kind of the Cardinals' plans, roster construction. I want to start with JD. Is there a starter that like no one has mentioned yet? Maybe someone who's not necessarily like the sexiest option out there, but somebody that like nobody's talked about, or at least that you've seen, where you're like, yeah, the Cardinals could go get that guy and it would be a really nice under the radar move.
Well, I think you would go to teams that have a lot of pitching available. So I would be drawn more to like a Seattle or a Miami right now because they've got young arms and they've got some. Miami's always intrigued me because they've got younger guys who have been hurt that were on the path to be very successful.
Like Max Meyer is a good example, right?
Yeah. And then injuries kind of took them down. And then, some of those guys, when they're out for as long as they are, they kind of get forgotten about and you forget how good they were coming up in the system.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of ones that, maybe you could sneaky target them and try to pry them away. It's not like the Marlins don't know they have them anymore, but those are some of the guys that, you might want to, take a flyer on and see if you could, talk your way into bringing them back. Maybe Skip will do you a solid and say, hey, go ahead, throw them a bone, let them get over there. And maybe some of these guys too have lost, their positioning. Like maybe they're not going to get the innings that they might deserve at this point of their careers at the major league level. And they're kind of toiling away at AAA, waiting for that next opportunity. And we know how it is. A change of scenery can do some people good. So, Miami seems like a team that's got a couple of those type of guys available. So that's where I would be looking. Seattle looks like they're not ready to budge on anything. And they're not. They're fighting it, man. They're like, I don't know. Why should we get rid of all this depth we've got right now? So I would be more leaning towards Miami. Skip Schumacher, you've got a nice little relationship down there. So maybe something there could happen.
I give my under the radar reliever.
Is he pitching for the Noot News podcast right now?
Maybe.
He's closing.
Maybe.
Closing it out. I'm working December 19th. I mean, dang, I'm just getting my reps in here for the season.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we love it. I mean, I think we'd all be very, very excited if there were some kind of reunion happening here. I know we talked about that last time. Trevor, I wonder, like, when you hear us talk about, like, or in general, when you hear fans talk about trades and it's like, oh, I'd love to do this kind of thing or sign this player. And, like, if you've ever had your name thrown around in conversations like that, like, how does that feel as a player when you're like, oh, I wonder what Cardinal fans think. Oh, they want to trade me for this pitcher. Like, how does that feel as, like, I don't know, because it's just what we do as fans, right? We're like, we all want to play John Mozeliak. I know you talked about in the bullpen before. You've talked about like, oh, if we do this and that, we can become a better club. But what is that like as a fan, or like listening to the fans' perception of that? And then maybe even in the clubhouse when you're looking around, you're like, oh, we could use another third baseman. Like, how does that feel thinking about looking at the current third baseman you have right now or something like that?
Yeah, that's it is weird. I would say it's equally, for me, like from my personal experience, it's equally as weird as seeing yourself be a Major League Baseball player, where it's like I got there, it was a dream, and then all of a sudden I'm wearing the Redbirds uniform and playing in Busch Stadium, and like, okay, this is like a surreal type of experience. And I think that goes hand in hand with hearing other people talk about you, especially in that nature. You know, there's the other side of people talking negatively about you and all that comes with it, which for me, it's always been a little bit of a detachment of like, that's not, I don't take it personal, I should say. Like, it's kind of, that's the guy in the uniform and it's part of the job, whatever. But I would say like being in trade talks, it's kind of, at least the times that I've been in, it's kind of like a positive. It's like, you know, anytime you're a value of somebody, if somebody wants you and, you know, they're going to trade for you to get you on their team, whether you're leaving one team or not. It's kind of cool. It's surreal because you're like, okay, all these people really are invested in what's going on with Trevor Rosenthal. And I'm like, I'm just, you know, a normal guy. But I was traded one time, is unfortunately during the shortened 2020 season. But I remember then thinking like, I was going from a bad team to a better team, or, you know, from a decent team to a much better team. So it was like, okay, this is cool. Like, I feel flattered almost. And there was times when I was in St. Louis where my name was thrown in the hat or in speculation of different trades as well. So, and nothing ever came of it, but I think it's good. I enjoy it. I enjoy playing bullpen GM or, you know, front office manager. So I get it. I get the speculation and everything that comes along with the business.
Yeah. Follow up. So I guess I know we've talked a little bit about potentially what you'd want to do post baseball, and it sounds like you've got a lot of different options. Do you think like if you were to be involved with the game still, that you would lean toward the coaching and player development type stuff, or do you think you would want to be a part of a front office and the people that are making the calls on player personnel moves?
Yeah, at some point I would love to get under the hood a little bit, per se, of what these departments in the front office look like for player procurement, for player development, player analysis. It seems like there's somewhat of a sophisticated system, and each team has their own kind of proprietary work that they've put in place. And at this point in my career, and having spent most of my life in the game, it would be cool to see what those approaches looked like. And I haven't had the opportunity to really dive into that up until this point. So to answer your question, I mean, I definitely have a lot of things on the checklist that I would like to check off and kind of go full circle. And really, you know, the game that we all love, the game that I've been so fortunate to be involved in, and just to see all aspects of it, whether that's a front office or coaching position, broadcasting, whatever it may be. I mean, it's a great industry, and there's so many cool ways to stay involved.
Yeah. There's a scene in Moneyball where they're teaching Jonah Hill's character how to fire somebody. Could you fire somebody? Like, just getting the vibes of you're like so nice. Could you fire somebody and tell them like, you're out of here, bud? You're not good.
Man, I think you're right. I don't know. That would be hard. That would be hard. They'd have to be really messing up. I don't know.
Like, what if you got a job in a front office and you had to fire somebody you used to play with, or like with a coach of yours before? Could you do it?
I even think about like a GM, like, man, like you got this young kid and, you know, sending him down in the minor leagues and crushing his dreams, and he's got a family, and I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, I'd probably have 100 people on the roster that shouldn't be on the roster.
Your 40-man roster would be like 80, and the MLB be calling and be like, Trevor, you
Yeah.
can't do that. What is happening?
Yeah, just breaking
Trevor,
all the
why is
rules.
Taylor Motter still on your roster?
Yeah.
He's 46.
I love it. No, it's I've had some good friends that are in the front offices, and that's kind of surreal now too. You guys were talking about Skip Schumacher. We played together, and now seeing guys like him, Descalzo, getting into some positions. It's cool. I mean, it's cool to see guys like that who I know are just great dudes and great baseball guys to continue to give back. I saw Descalzo at the winter meetings, and I told him, I'm like, man, like I talk about you all the time. Like you were such a great teammate. Like you were so important in the clubhouse, and like I know like you taking this position is a choice for you, and it's a sacrifice being away from your family, not. But you're gonna play such a huge role in these kids' lives and in this organization. So it's cool to see that.
Is there anybody else that you played with the Cardinals that you think could make a good manager or coach someday? That was just one of those guys that was like, dude, he just gets it. He's just that kind of guy who could be in charge of a ball club outside of Yachty, since we know that's probably something that he will do at some point.
Yeah. I'm good friends with Ollie. Like I met him when I was coming up through the system. I really think that he's a great dude, and I haven't been under his management or been close to it at all, but I think he has a great fit for that role right now. I'm trying to think of like coaches. I mean, Descalzo for sure. So many guys I think would do great just because of their experience and their passion for the game. But it's a hard job. Like it's hard to, mesh the ones that would be good and the ones that would also be willing to go into that, because oftentimes, as a player, you go through the grind and then once you're done, you're like, man, I don't know, going back into coaching and that same grind that I had as a player, I don't know if that's for me, but I think I don't know. David Freese might be a good guy to have around. He's a very likable guy and gets along with everybody. And for a while there, he was posting a little bit on social media some opinions he had on swings and hitters' approach. So I think he's intellectual about the work that he's put in. So he might be a good one. I know Lance Berkman stays pretty involved down here in Houston with at the college level, but maybe he would consider something professionally. Chris Carpenter definitely comes to mind as another one. I know he's dipped his toes in the water a little bit, but maybe in the future he'll want to get back more involved with the organization, St. Louis specifically. I don't know. What do you got, JD? You got any ones that come off the top of the head?
Well, John Jay might be interesting too, because he's been first base coach, right, at the Marlins, a third base coach. So he seems like he's on the track, but that's the only other one that would come to mind.
I was wondering if, you see Matt Carpenter's career starting to wind down a little bit. He just got moved again. I wonder what he would be as a guy that wasn't, because I always think about guys who weren't expected to be superstars and then come up and just do amazing things and are able to outplay what scouts thought that they were going to be. I wonder if a Matt Carpenter would be somebody. He seemed like he was a good fit. He's a winner, and I don't know. I've always just been really appreciative of what Matt Carpenter brought to the table, especially in those lean years when he was having a tough time with the team, and yet he still went out there, still grinding, and everybody still had his back. And those are the toughest situations when everything isn't going right, and he's still showing up every game and doing what he does. And I don't know. He just seemed like a guy that might be somebody who, if you wanted to get into coaching, I know you mentioned like how difficult that is to go back to the grind again after you've been doing it for a career. So I don't know. He's somebody that comes off the top of my head.
Yeah, his dad actually has an extensive background in coaching. I think he's in the Texas, high school coaching Hall of Fame. So maybe that's rubbed off on him. I think he might be on the right track there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I got one more question. I don't know if he would be a good coach, but I mean, you played with my favorite player of all time. Most people don't know this. My favorite player ever is Alan Craig. I grew up just like loving him, loved watching him play. Super clutch too, always good with runners in scoring position. I think I've got to be one of the only people at the ballpark walking around in an Alan Craig jersey when I wear it. It's
That's
custom,
awesome.
right? I needed it. So do you have like one Alan Craig story for me? I was sitting there and I was like, man, I got to ask about this. I got to know.
Well, I mean, a story that we're probably all familiar with was it Game 3 in
Yes.
2013. So what I remember most about that moment, if for those of you who aren't aware, is the Game 3, 9th inning. Craig gets tied up with Will Middlebrooks at third base on a pretty crazy play. Great play by Dustin Pedroia at second base to make a throw home, but tailed up, and then he ends up being the walk-off winning run for us to score. And that moment was insane. We all come running out of the dugout. We're super excited. We won. We're like, yeah, we're going to dogpile, go crazy. And Kreger is just pancaked on the ground, just laying there. I'm like, okay, I don't know. Like, should we celebrate, or is he okay? Like, what's going on? It was what do we do? Kind of like a back and forth. Like, do we get the paramedic? Do we keep jumping and high-fiving?
That's awesome.
But he had been dealing with an ankle injury, and
yeah,
I guess the slide helmet guy tweaked it a little bit, and he ended up walking off the field. Everything was okay. But that's when I think of Alan Craig, like that's the first story that always comes to mind for
that's
sure.
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, did we lose?
Yeah, I was
Josh?
actually at that game. I don't know what happened to Josh. Oh, here he is. This happened last time too.
Oh, you were at that game?
Yeah, I was at that game. We talked about this last time. It's awesome
That's what I
story.
thought. I thought we might have talked about it.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
All right, we're wrapping up here. We're so close to $1,000 in our donation right now. We have a couple more giveaways to do, so we'll let people kind of trickle in their last donations if you want. We really appreciate it if you could donate to Big League Impact, such a great cause. Yeah.
Will we be keeping this link open for a little bit after
Yeah,
the stream as well?
we'll keep it open for a little bit. It won't be like we're gonna finish with our giveaways right now, but if you
Yes.
want, we would still really appreciate like anything helps, of course.
Awesome.
So yeah, well, anyone want to hit the passing button right now? As we do our last.
Final giveaways. Here we go.
Too much power in my hands right now.
For the first or our last hockey jersey, we will randomize. Okay, Saz Madison has won the hockey jersey.
Nice,
sweet.
I'll do them all at the end. And then we have another Tommy Edmond that we're gonna give away. Josh, you wanna?
Oh, sorry. I thought this was a one-time thing.
Okay. Alex Sowers. Okay, for the
nice
for the Tommy Edmond banner, and then I don't know for the Yachty banner. I can't find one right now, but we'll give it. Do it again.
He loves the
That's
passing
the same
button.
person. Sorry, that's the same person.
It's pretty lucky.
Okay, B0, BZURO. Sorry if I messed up your name, but I will. We'll get those sent out to you as soon as we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any final words?
Well, Trevor and JD, thanks for joining us. We really appreciated it, especially this late at night too. Just really appreciate talking baseball, talking Cardinal baseball. Again, thanks to everyone in the stream who's been here and anyone who's donated so far, even just come and hang out. This has been super awesome. We've had an awesome guest lineup throughout the day. Really appreciative of everyone who's been able to come along for the ride. Again, keep close watch on Trevor as he makes his comeback, and hopefully he latches on with the team here soon. And we're looking forward to seeing you in 2024. Then obviously JD, you can catch him on the Locked On Cardinals podcast. So he's got all that stuff going on as well. Subscribe over there on YouTube and catch all their stuff going. So anything from you, JD or Trevor, as we close out?
No, man, thanks for doing this. You guys have a great thing going here. I appreciate you involving me. Thanks for doing the work for Brace for Impact, JD. Great to connect with you. Be looking forward to keeping up with the Cardinals this year through you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Trevor.
So
really
much
appreciate it, man.
Such a pleasure to have you on, Trevor. So much fun.
Awesome.
Thanks,
and
guys.
JD, thank you as well, man. Friend of the podcast, and we love what you're doing as well. So, yeah, we'll start wrapping up here. Again, everyone, thanks for joining in the stream tonight. Again, the donation link will remain open throughout the evening, so you can continue to donate there as well. Thanks again. This was super awesome. I know we've been in chair for 4 hours on a stream now, so I think it's ready to stop staring at a screen for a little bit. But this is so fun, and we've got some content coming through, going through Christmas and New Year's, and then we're ready for 2024 with you all as well. So thanks again for joining us. This has been super awesome. Really appreciate the support, and again, thank you to all the guests who are on here, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Happy holidays.